It is Wednesday, my dudes, which means it's time for the D&D stream where we can see what can be unburdened by what has been. It is July the 31st, 2024, session number 86. How's everybody doing?
So good.
So good.
good.
Happy to hear it. What happened last time?
Oh, we tried to fix the Godshold situation and did decently okay, actually, all
Yeah.
things considered.
I cleaned up a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Piloted
Uh,
a giant robot.
Yeah, Cinder has just put the work in by controlling the entire force of robots.
Yeah, Cinder's jacked in.
And
The
then made me
Activatrix.
very tired.
Yep. See?
Yeah.
Rook has a follower?
And then
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
I have a disciple.
Rook has a fan. And Celeste
Everyone
flexed
loves
very old leadership skills that hadn't been used in a while.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mostly worked.
Mostly worked.
We got there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good Prixie became an elf.
Yeah, that's right. Pope now, or her name is Pope now.
Yeah. Now she's Hope. I guess we met him Warforged. He named himself. Oh yeah, the guy that was in pieces.
Yeah,
you got his
bits.
head.
Yeah.
Bits.
Yeah. Bits.
Mimir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically.
You see, the thing is, I'm sure plot-wise we could make him have a body again, but I think it would be funnier to have him
I think
Just stay that way,
better
yeah.
if you just have a head
Just that.
to add to your gaggle of little companions.
Random
like-
bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's our little guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, just our funny little guys squad. Zarks is the leader, and then there's Aelith, there's Fred, there's Ka/Dwayne, there's
Our familiars, one of them traumatizes
There's-
Millicent on a
there's
regular
a
basis.
crab.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Steve the crab.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of things.
Now you have bits.
Woo.
He's
So,
here too, whether he
yeah.
wants to be or not.
Yeah.
I don't think he really feels that strongly either way.
That's the vibe I got.
Glad to hear it.
That's Bit's whole thing. It's just a regular guy.
It's a regular dude. Just a regular dude.
Just guys being dudes. What's better than this? You met a handful of folks in the Godshold populace, kind of different representatives from different parts of town. Namely, Yeskis Rivers, the halfling proprietor of the Saucy Wench. Titus Vass, a paladin of Torm, one of the only remaining ones in the entire city. And Othorian River Scrub, who is a elf guy who was a follower of Tyr and wasn't necessarily High Priestess
I don't like
Florence's biggest fan, but
I don't like him.
Titus did advise that perhaps you should try and make peace with him as best you can in order to maintain some semblance of stability in the city here. I believe you also you raided the High Priestess's quarters, got some disarming information. You got some weird stuff, lots of gross things. I will say one thing that you didn't, that was in there that you didn't really touch too much on would be the, on the desk next to where you found Bits. She had been apparently working on kind of reconstructing the control apparatus into something more handheld.
All right.
Yeah, it wasn't completed, but I do believe you had thought about potentially asking Halvad and or Isaac to take a look at it at some point. I imagine that would likely be something useful.
I also was wanting to have Isaac and 4 come to see if we could do some awakening shenaniganry with this
I mean,
control equipment.
I think I asked my dad to come here, but he was
think
like,
so.
"How?"
Oh, right. I needed to, when the day was over, I needed to send a letter with that just had the um teleportation circle on it to Halvad.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Easy enough. So yeah, I believe, and Rook met up with his evident disciple and bestowed upon him some gifts.
I'm
Yeah.
your number one
And
fan.
Various gifts.
Incrediboy.
Your own personal weird little guy.
Yeah. Already. He said he has a big heist, or not heist. He has a big thing coming up. So.
Big thing.
I'm gonna laugh if it's the or the priestess tower.
Well, we'll see.
There's no way that his big thing is gonna go poorly for us, right? It's not possible. Could
Nah.
never.
Not my guy.
Not your little guy.
Not my little guy.
So I believe you had set up the tower in the Divine
Right next
Grounds
to the
at
tower.
some point, yeah. So yeah, we can move on ahead to the next day. You guys can get a short rest here. I presume you guys were going to do a long rest at some point here
Yeah.
as
Nice.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Spend
Nice.
probably
some
while we
time.
get diplomatic
if
things.
possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is
Yeah.
much to consider, in the words of Billy Ray Cyrus.
But just in case, I'm just gonna roll a few of these.
Oh yeah, I
If-
should probably do that.
If we're taking a long rest, hey Rook, you want to make a potion, or perhaps a bomb?
You have my attention.
I do still have 6th, 7th, and 8th level spell slots.
How do we feel about a sunburst bomb?
I feel good about
Flashbang.
it.
A flashbang that does 12d6.
Oh, I feel really good about it. Yeah.
A mini nuke.
Yeah.
Uh, 1 second. Let me pull up my ingredients.
Beetroot.
That's not one of them. you didn't put it on the list.
I should have. A mistake I will rectify.
I
in the
have
next session.
another potential if you want it.
Oh, good.
Let's hear it.
Do you have a way to make something like a vapor or gas?
I'm sure I could figure something out.
Because I have horrid wilting.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're gonna make
Bowser's Big
mustard
Bean
gas.
Burrito.
Uh, I like it. So-
Boy.
Time to make D&D Agent Orange.
I do need some more. Are any of those mushrooms usable as ingredients?
Maybe. Make a medicine check. Or
Okay.
herbalism. Whatever the thing is that you do. The check that you make, where you add very numbers.
Do the Rook thing.
Oh, my check.
Yeah, your herbalism, Wangus.
I don't know.
Let me tell you what those are. Let me look at your little list of your bits.
Okay.
I will say these are. I just saw at the bottom space mushrooms.
Yeah.
The closest thing would be, I would say it's 50% Amanita caps,
Yeah.
and then the other 50% would be the Quicksilver lichen.
Okay.
Also, have we at any point experimented with or had
You can
any
get 100
success
gold
with,
of each.
like, multiple spells involved in a thing?
I believe
Where
you've
we have.
mildly
I
experimented
don't-
with one spell.
And I,
Because, like, I also have
Never-
Fog Cloud.
I don't know if. Do I know if it'd have to be like used at the same time, or could I have it from one caster, 2 spells?
So
Anything's
if we make-
possible.
What if we make like a little bottle on the inside that has fog cloud?
Yeah.
It's got like a spike, and then there's a bigger bottle that has the horrid wilting, and then when you throw it, it pops the fog cloud, which pushes everything out. So it's two separate things, and you just make it like mechanically instead of magical fuckery that blows up in our face.
I mean, I like it. Yeah, let's give it a try.
Okay, so
Let's see.
Hmm,
I'll put that.
I am exhausted.
Oh. Hold on. Oh, well, I get my inspirations back on short rest, so have one.
And
Yeah.
you also had a charge of greater in the beads, right? Because I had 2 levels, you were going to give me 1, and I was going to rest off.
Oh,
the other.
yes.
Okay.
There you go.
Doesn't matter, still disadvantage on ability, but that's okay.
Somebody's going vroom.
Damage over time. I don't really want it in like a week's worth. I want it. Oh, there we go. In a minute.
Yeah, so what spells are you trying to do?
I want to make a little fog cloud and a big horde wilting, and then put the fog cloud inside the horde wilting. So when you throw it, it.
Okay.
How long
This-
does horrid wilting or fog cloud last?
So this is a bit of a.
This is exactly. I just flashed back to Tiberius again, but yeah, no, this is fine. We can try it.
We could also just make a horde wilting bomb.
It's
because
I mean,
it's
at this point,
naturally-
you guys are level 17 or 16 anyway. Anything's
horde
possible.
wilting is normally instantaneous, and it's like
Could, how about this? Could I just infuse the fog cloud into the potion just to make it gaseous?
I'm mostly going for the visual effect on horde wilting because
Oh.
I think that's like it's an instantaneous effect that's really scary, but I want you to be able to throw this in a town in Seltenbrock and have gas, and it just sounds horrifying.
How
And
many?
that just feels like a thing that Rook needs in his life.
How many targets does Horde Wilting hit? Like, is it an area or is it a single target?
Everything in a 30-foot cube.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So really, the fog is just flavor.
Yes, mostly.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
The fog lingers, so
Ah.
if we roll amazing, then
Yeah.
that could happen. But like for the most part, it's
Well,
mostly for
and you could
visuals.
also figure that out with ingredients as well, where you could.
Here. I'm gonna put one thing's use of of cactus juice, which is to hide the symptoms.
It'll quench you.
I could make it non-lethal.
Oh God, that's even worse.
How does that work? Because the way horde wilting works is it draws all of the moisture out of your body.
But you will still be alive.
I have all this. I have all these mushrooms to use.
Oh
I'll
my
just
God.
use them all that I just got. A bunch of non-lethalness
So
and the height.
normally that spell's 150-foot range. You pick anywhere and make a 30-foot cube. Each creature makes a con save. You draw the moisture from all creatures in it. Constructs undead aren't affected. Plants and water elementals disadvantage. 12d8 necrotic on fail, half on a success. Any non-magical plants in the area, like trees, shrubs, just instantly die.
I love it.
It's metal.
Go to some shitty place in Zeltenbrock. Huh.
And you won't even hit the constructs.
You leave the Warforged.
Even better.
Yeah,
Alright.
so what ingredients are you gonna use?
I used 100. I used all 100 mushrooms
Okay.
and 25 worth of the cactus juice,
Okay.
and I'll use I'll put a bit of hemlock in there, I guess.
Yeah, make it poison. Make it bad.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That's
You can make
fun.
your check. Cinder, you can make a wisdom.
Could you perhaps guide me?
I'll guide you for. Do we both make checks at the same time, or could I
Yeah.
guide us both sequentially?
I gave you my inspiration.
Okay, I'll guide you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, also, if you just asked, Celeste would give you guidance.
Oh,
There you go.
right.
Hey Celeste, we're making something terrible. Can you help?
You want to help with
Oh.
my war crime?
18.
And what was your inspiration?
It's a D8.
Hooray!
Oh,
That helps.
not the best war crime, but
Not from Cinder. Not while he's tired.
how did my
um,
how exhausted were you?
I was level 2. You brought me down to level 1.
Oh,
So,
okay.
So I
unless
will
you want to do this
say,
with the envoy,
you put a good amount of material into it, and it's fine. But this is also the first time doing something with a spell of that magnitude, so I would say it's got the. How do I want to do that? It will have the hidden effect, so I don't know exactly what that would do.
I just wanted it to look like normal gas, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, it looked like a fog cloud,
Yeah, just like the fog cloud.
but
To go with
inside
that,
it
that was all.
sucks all the water out of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be a basically a thrown, like a stink bomb, basically. Uh, and it will, instead of having the normal 30-foot radius, it will be a 15-foot radius. But otherwise, as far as you can tell, it's going to replicate the effects of the spell using Cinder's DC.
cool.
All right. Success.
A small war crime. As a treat.
Just a little one.
Yeah, it's horrible. Whoa, wilt be upon you.
I don't know, Celeste. What big ones you got?
Um, Firestorm, Aetheralness, Earthquake, Anti-Magic Field, Sunbeam, Heal.
Those
Would
potions of heal
always
have been pretty
do
fucking
another
great
heal,
when we
yeah.
had those before.
Anti-magic field is interesting as
You
well.
know what? Before I forget, again, I have like 3 of those big potions.
Oh yeah.
Let me pass them out right
Mm.
now.
Yeah, mayhaps.
Distribute those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I just have
Millicent,
basic healing potions on me.
have yourself an 85 healing potion.
Yay!
God,
I'm 85.
it's incredible.
85 straight healing. Uh,
That.
Cinder, have an 80.
Thank you.
Celeste, let's make one and see how good it is.
Okay.
I will put in. I'll just put in 2 doses of my regular, since that's all I have left. Oh, I guess I have the greater. I'll just do the 2 lesser.
Alright.
And oh, inspire.
Thanks.
Alchemy. God damn. Could you guide me, protect?
Yeah, I'd give guidance.
Wisdom check from you.
Okay.
Damn it.
And then the D8, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It looked like a 2.
Wow.
Yee.
Sure did.
Yeah. So you did a heal.
Yep.
And you did a lesser.
Yeah, two 2 lessers. Yeah.
2 lessers. Okay. And heal does 70 normally.
Heal does yes.
And we'll call that a crisp 80.
Celeste, have an 80.
Big
Thank you.
big drink. Yum yum.
And
Slurp
I'll
juice.
keep 1 for myself. I have a 75 because I don't have that many hit points
I mean,
Like,
not
you're
compared
like-
to the rest of the group.
compared to the rest. Yeah.
But you have a decent amount.
Yeah, I have
You have more than Zargs.
Well, I would hope so.
That bar is in hell.
not a player, but
Yeah.
you don't have more than anybody else.
Did I give him his HP when he leveled
Yeah.
up? Yeah, I did.
Damn, Millicent, what the fuck? 227. That's not normal.
Yeah. I'm a growing
Barbarian shit.
That's not normal. High level barbarian con? No, I think it's exactly normal.
Yeah, I guess so.
girl. With tough. I do have tough, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Checks out.
She's a monster.
It my new spell.
Oh.
Not that bards have.
Alright. I forgot I still have all these bubble fucks, and I'm wondering if I should just, like, eat a bunch right now, just cuz.
What's this do? Oh,
I was, like, looking through my inventory, and I was like, oh, I still have, like, 29 pieces. How good are they? Debatable.
got
What
some
else?
fifth levels if you want to keep going, Rook.
Hey. You know what? Just because of the campaign, I'm gonna take catnap.
I mean, not
That-
a bad
yeah,
idea.
no, I actually, yeah. That's useful here.
That's the time. The one
Yep.
time.
Gritty realism, baby.
Oh, can I make 4 form with it?
And you
They
wake
have
up
to be
rested.
willing.
Never.
Here, sniff this.
All right, what else you got, Cinder?
I was thinking if you wanted to make something into a poison or like an injector or something. I have Gash.
Ooh. Hey now.
Potion of
Or
do
might-
what I want.
Yeah, that one might be a little tricky.
You're my
You
friend.
have to like put the command in when you make the potion, probably.
Oh,
Don't hurt us.
that's a little tougher.
What else?
Otherwise, I don't know. I have a spell that like makes all the plants come alive and beat people up. Insect plague. Awaken, reincarnate. Mass cure wounds. How would that work in a potion?
I imagine it wouldn't.
It's hard to say.
Yeah.
You
Wall
won't
of
know
stone.
until I decide on the spot what happens if you decide to make it.
I could maybe make that into a gas thing that,
The mass cure,
yeah.
and then just hope that no enemies are in it.
You hit him with that
Oh, that's true, that's true.
Soldier 76.
Yeah, yeah. No. Yeah, because I couldn't choose who would get healed, so. I mean, what middle ones do you have that you can maybe up?
Upcast.
Yeah.
I mean, you've always liked the fireball. Obviously, I have that. What else? Maybe have we ever made a revivify that you've like stored? Imagine we'd need the diamond, but
I mean, I've never tried to make a potion out of it.
It is somewhat difficult to drink a potion if you're dead.
Yeah.
You feel like you need to put that into a needle and just
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, a syringe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I make a little stim pack for you?
Good try.
What else would be fun upcast? It would mostly be like explosions or dispel magic or could make you a potion of fire shield. That's been helpful before.
Give that to Millicent.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do one of those. Let's do one of those.
Matter if I upcast you, it doesn't.
I'll just use like a greater healing thing for that because it's more of a, I don't know,
What spell you thinking?
fire shield.
Fire shield. Yeah. Makes sense.
Oh. Oh. Yeah.
12.
Wait. Inspiration.
Oh,
20.
20.
Yeah.
That's
Better.
most impressive. Yeah, you can. What does fire shield do? I would say you'd have to choose what flavor of shield you want right
Fire.
now.
The hot one.
Yeah.
what?
Real hot one.
So it would make you resist cold, and when somebody hits you, they will take some fire damage.
I like that. Bird.
Yeah, I would say it does as described in the spell description, except it will only last for 5 minutes instead of 10.
That's fair.
Not that
That's all I
that
need.
really makes a whole lot of difference.
To like hit me. Come hit me.
I wrote it down on mine, but I'm giving it to you.
Thank you. Okay. I'll add
Fire
that too.
potion.
Fire potion.
Fire shield
Fire.
potion.
Fire shield. Potion. Who do I save that for?
A big guy.
Yeah.
It's not that bad. Like
An
anytime it
expert
looks like
Pokemon.
something is gonna melee you, it's worth using. It's only a fourth, and it's no concentration. Like we could easily make more of those.
It's like a better
Okay.
version of Armor of Agathis.
Pretty much.
Hmm.
More so than on a big guy, I would say if we ever run into a group where where you're
Hmm.
in the middle of a lot of things,
Yeah.
that's its
That's
like
probably the best.
primo.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, yeah, I was gonna say you probably actually wouldn't have had disadvantage on. Oh well, yeah, you're gonna have that disadvantage until the end of the long rest. You're basically gonna be able to do one potion a day here, so this is just kind of what's playing out over the course of the week.
Yeah.
But
I
if there's
think
other
I'm
things,
fine past that. I will, of course, go see my disciple the next night.
yeah, of course.
Hey Celeste.
Hmm.
Would you like to go work on something? I had an idea.
Sure. What?
I'll take out the scrolls of Saint Moria. I've been working with these with the tower, so I've gotten decently handy with them, and you don't need to attune to them to use them, but they let you basically make like a better version of fabricate. So if like you have the materials and know what you're trying to make, it will just magically do so. So after what asshole did to your house and we got rid of it, one of the last things I did with all the robots before letting go was had them bring everything I could think of that would be used to build a house or a temple and make a big pile. So if you wanted to rebuild your house, we could do that.
Oh. That's very kind of you, Cinder. Thank you so much. I would love that.
And it can kind of be whatever you want it to be. If you want to remake what you had before, you can, or if you want it to be a temple or a monument to something. I tried to get enough to make it easy. So
Oh, thank you. Um,
if you want to
well,
go do that, I'd be happy to help you with the scrolls.
yeah, actually, let's go ahead and go do that. I'll also be asking you for a favor, or I guess anyone in the group for a favor later. I wanted to go try to commune with the Gridline sometime while we're resting. I want someone there in case the Gridline has some amount of corruption in it from Bane nonsense.
Yeah.
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 We
That
could
sounds-
all join you when you go there, perhaps.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds like a good group activity.
Yeah. The anti-crazy protocol. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, what would you like to construct there?
Normally, I would try to think like, oh, temple would be good for the people, but we're going to need to rebuild temples all over the place anyhow. And honestly, really miss having a true home, so I try to reconstruct my old home.
Okay. I'll just have you do just a general intelligence check for how well you can recollect and convey it to him. And Cinder, I'll have you do just whatever sort of check it is that you do with the blueprints.
Oh, also, I have prestidigitation now from the other Warlock cantrip that I took from Magical Initiate. So I could also just show an image for
Yeah,
certain
you can
things.
make a little model.
Yeah.
My intention was to like show you how to use the scrolls, and if I could like help and like
Oh,
have
okay.
her
Oh,
do
okay.
what she wants with it, and like if I could give her advantage. That was what I was hoping.
Potentially, yeah. I would say you have the most experience with them at this point, so it
Yeah,
would
true.
be easier for you to do it and have her
Okay.
just kind of help you. It would be easier for her to teach you what to build than for you to teach her how to build.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Rook, do you want to come with us to do a nice thing for Celeste so that we can have your beautiful music to inspire us?
That depends when I have a very important.
Can't hear you.
No, it was just quiet. Yeah.
Hey, yeah, your mic is just a little too far away.
That depends when. I have a very important meeting tonight, so.
We were gonna go right now, but
Oh yes, then yes. I'm totally free. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Millicent, you're also welcome to join.
Sure. Why not?
Okay, so go
Bubble
after this.
chucks.
a project.
You just hear bits like, I've never been outside the walls before.
Oh, honey.
They're going
Ah.
to see so many things.
There's so many things.
Be quite the adventure.
Yeah, it's crazy. You can go to the pile of construction material.
So everything in here is, I mean, there's the pile of rubble that was your house. So everything that was originally in the house is still here. And then I got everything I could think of that might have been taken out or been missing or whatever you want to do. So
Okay, well, let's go ahead and give it a shot. Also, still go ahead and use int.
Yeah.
Okay.
what kind of check do you want me to make? I think I have made Dex, Int, and Wisdom with the scrolls, depending on what I was doing.
I would say you could do wisdom.
Okay.
And you can add add an expertise to it.
Yeah. Would also me showing him anything impact, or is it just me remembering?
Yeah, that'll be what both. That's kind of what the wrapped up in the intelligence check. It's going to be you
Okay.
remembering and then conveying it via your magical illusion.
I'll go ahead and use my beads to cast enhance ability on Cinder.
There
Flat
you go.
roll.
That'll be a flat roll
Thank you.
Yeah.
plus double proficiency.
So I'm gonna roll this just for numbers.
Oh,
35.
And you both have inspirations, right?
One of them does.
Well, I mean, yeah, you get them back on a short rest, yeah.
Yeah.
You'd be
So this
full.
this could
Yeah.
be the next day, like. And
Then yes, you both have
we're
inspiration.
not locked in on the time there.
Okay. Okay.
38.
Jeez.
Well, actually, that's what I was looking for. So it's
Yeah.
the DC
Just
was
got
38. Yeah, Celeste, it takes you a little bit to, recollect some painful memories that you have to trudge through a little bit, but you get a pretty solid floor plan for how you remember your house looking, the decorations, the specific doorknobs that were in there, those crystal doorknobs, and
But one of them.
There's
one of them
Continue.
is now
fake bed
stapled
stuff.
to a fake staff.
Yeah.
That's somewhere at the bottom of the
Yeah.
ocean.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're able to pretty much recreate 90% of it, and the rest of it is just something nice. A very nice, sizable, but still modest home. Well appointed decorations, and Cinder has no trouble with these scrolls. Having done some pretty impressive feats with them already, he's getting a lot more used to that whole process and is able to construct it pretty quickly.
I would take a moment and soak it in. Well, thank you, Cinder, so much. This means a lot to me.
Well, we've been doing a lot of big things, so I thought a little thing might be nice.
Well, any which case, this is my family home, and I consider you all my family. So there's plenty of rooms here. Whether you want to make it your own bedroom or a workplace, either way, it's one of those rooms is yours.
Wow.
Oh.
Just hear bits. Wow, I'm touched.
Oh yeah, Vince is still here.
We'll give
He's
him like
just-
a little Harry Potter
Yeah.
room.
Under the stairs.
Just put him in the closet. It's like, all right.
Forget about him.
Yeah. Yep.
He lives in a dumbwaiter. Like,
Get distracted.
It's like, oh, I gotta take the laundry down. It's just like, hello. It's like, ugh.
Just imagining that episode of Futurama where Bender sells his body. It's just a head with a mouthful of cash. Just rolling around on the ground.
Oh, great. Home away from our traveling home.
Yeah, and a little bit comfier. Though the tower has done a great job in the meantime.
Yes.
the tower beats the shit out of sleeping outside, but this has
Yeah.
some personal history to it that's nicer.
Yeah, and we could designate another room for, just in the general guest room. I need to stay here, so.
This is also, we made it to match what your house was.
Yes.
If you want to do anything new, we can do that too. We just have to come back tomorrow, but it's whatever
That's-
you want it to be. It's your place.
That's fine, and I kind of expected that. I just wanted to get the baseline down and be able to have this, and then we can now modify it as we see fit.
Whatever you want. Happy to help. I'm just gonna be bumbling around Godshold for the rest of the week, so if you want more help with it, let me know.
Of course.
Are you going to be bumbling around as robots or just as yourself?
I was planning on as myself, unless you saw a need for robots. I could try the thing again.
No.
Oh, actually,
Oh.
by the way, let me. Well, when I get back later, I can just send off the teleportation scroll to Halvet, so maybe they can get here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I could start with
Look at
that.
the little handheld device, yeah.
Bring the smart.
Cinder,
people
you
in.
you hear Juliet's voice in your head. Hey, you guys busy?
Not terribly. We were trying to rest from the last experience. What's happening?
Yeah, no doubt. I was just checking in on how everything was going in Godshold.
Evil lady's dead. Celeste is high priestess again, and she's trying to kind of get her feet back under her.
Cool, cool, cool. Do you have space there for like a medium to large size library?
In the city, I don't know. On the island, certainly.
Or like next door?
Yeah, I'm sure Celeste would be fine with that.
Next
Cool
door.
beans. Cool beans. I'll be there soon.
Do you need anything with that, or any help?
Just some space.
Okay.
I'm going to presume a lot of the homes in this area are probably not in great shape or destroyed, so
Hey, Celeste.
yes.
We're making renovations to your city.
Okay. Well, that probably have to check with some people, but also considering the amount of damage ongoing, I'm sure we could find a space. What were you thinking?
Juliet's bringing the library.
Oh, we're gonna find some space. We'll find some space. Um, in fact, I can even I'm sure there's plenty of like dilapidated areas around the city, thanks to Brixton. But I could talk to Egghead and see if one of the old conservatories, if there's any spots where those got destroyed, a new library can just go there.
As
Sure,
you
we
guys
should do
recall
so.
from when you visited, it's pretty big.
Uh,
It's probably something that's gonna have to go outside the city walls.
Oh, sorry. Just put it out.
Oh,
Put it right next
What
door.
if she just
Yeah,
puts
it's
it
outside,
right
right
next
outside.
to the wall, and then we just build the wall around it, and then it's part of the city? You got robots; they can build a wall.
yeah.
It was like the size of a monastery. It's pretty good sized.
Right next door.
It's right next door.
might as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna. And you hear her once again tonight. I'm gonna have some people too. I'm beginning the process of evacuating.
I assumed that was involved. Is there any way we can help?
Probably not. I
Okay.
mean, you could, but it would be tedious. I think I got it.
Okay.
It's just gonna be like a several day long process of bringing everybody over. There's a lot of magic required with that. Otho's helping me out though, so
Okay. I will prep a spot for you outside the city.
cool beans. Give me the word.
All right. Well, never mind. My next day or two is probably going to go level a hill somewhere for her to put that thing.
Yeah, there's plenty of space. There is kind of this bit of land to the southeast between Godshold and that mountain range down there. That's pretty flat that you could, and it's not really being used for agriculture. That you could probably use.
Do so.
You guys watch later on in that afternoon as just kind of without much fanfare, you just see this like shimmer in the air to the south, and it just kind of like the top 20 feet of the mountainous plateau that the library sat on just appears and then just kind of settles down. And you see about 20, 25 very confused people kind of begin to wander out of it. You recognize a lot of them as being people from the Abbey of St. Lasgar. You see Juliet just kind of like floating around outside. She kind of like wipes off some sweat from her brow. Otho the Merid is just kind of floating around near the bottom, also seemingly rather haggard. She comes down. Okay, so that was part of it.
Oh,
You made that look not too bad, actually.
Yeah, well, two of us together can do pretty good. I mean, it's gonna be a while before I do something like that again, but, yeah, then it's just going back and forth and getting people.
Okay.
I don't know much about the other islands up there yet. Hopefully, the word has gotten out.
That it's time to get off of them.
Yes.
I mean, we told Ben into them that situation. Did we?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he told the folks over in St. Ayla, so they've got some hoppers doing some back and forths, but it's not like a ton. But you know, they also have gridliners, so. But Lasgar's kind of remote, and obviously there was this, so
Mhm.
yeah. So how's things here? Looks fun.
Going great.
It's
I don't see
now,
big giant robots, so
yeah. So we got a lot done. There's more to do, but the evil person is gone. Uh,
that's good. That's good. Like that.
I believe I'm High Priestess now. I need to go
Oh,
talk to people and need to set up who's
congrats.
gonna be the bit. Thanks. It's gonna be a lot of work again. Um, but I need to figure out bishops and everything. And part of this town is absolutely destroyed. Thanks to the previous High Priestess's efforts. So yeah, a
Cool.
lot of the libraries got.
Oh,
Yeah, the conservatories or libraries, anything with any amount of importance was collected and largely shredded. So that's
awesome.
great. Yeah.
Well,
Yes, I was very excited to hear. I know it's a lot of effort on your half, but I'm glad we can preserve some works.
yeah, it's not a lot of the kinds of works that the folks in Godshold usually like to read, but you know, new
I
beginnings.
I mean, there was information we were missing from the get-go, so I'd rather people actually learn.
Yeah. Well, I figure it's time for it not to be so secret anymore, given everything that's going on.
Yes.
And I'm sure Baranon will hate that, but whatever.
Well,
Yeah, if you
world's
want, there's a
ending.
lot of room in there. So if you want to turn that into kind of the new conservatories, you can certainly do that.
Well, uh, one of the people that used to run conservatories, his nickname is Egghead, uh,
Fitting.
would be thrilled to hear about that, so I can put you in touch with him.
Yeah, or I mean, honestly, it's yours to do with what you want. I'll leave that to you. I'm just gonna be continuing to go back and forth and getting people out of St. Lasgar and bringing them here. So, uh, enjoy the library.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that information is preserved and maybe, if we're lucky, disseminated back
Yeah,
to replenish some of the other libraries in the city.
yeah, that'd be
Yes.
good. I have a lot. Don't really have much in the way of relics anymore, but you guys have those. But you know, art and history and religious texts and stuff. Lots of that. Lots of
All right.
powers stuff. Lots of pre-ascension stuff.
And do you need anything for the people that are you're ferrying back and forth? Like,
Well, they're gonna need somewhere to live. I'll probably repurpose part of that to be the new uh, abbey uh, for the people that are, you know, into that sort of
part of
thing.
that? Yeah.
The folks that want to do open hand technique stuff. But
And I'm sure there are spaces in this city. I just need to talk to people.
yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure there will be much to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll rest a bit and then we'll pop back and then, you know, do the thing. But I guess holler if you need me.
Yeah. Do you need anything from us aside from figuring out spaces for your people?
Uh, I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah. We are good. We're good.
All right. Well,
Just be
go ahead and send her
zipping
if you had
around.
something.
No.
Well, good job here. Looks, you know, well, it looks like a hole right now, but it'll, it's on the upswing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll get better, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. So yeah, she will eventually, over the course of this week, just be zipping back and forth between St. Lasgar and Godshold just to try and bring all of the people and relevant things that they want to take from their homes in preparation for it falling down.
We should try to find where they're doing that work, because last time they needed to be on one of the grid lines that they were destroying, right?
Yes, and there's not many.
Like, it seems like it would have to be Eckstein.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't really know where else they would do it, unless they just did it in some fucking mountains somewhere.
Mintek?
Possibly.
Maybe. Mm.
Did we? What's the deal with Benzie? Did we figure anything out there? She was talking to him or something?
Who was talking to him?
They're
I
doing a
know.
project together. Right?
Yeah, I know Hope was going through her notes, so maybe Hope can give us some information on that if there's much more to it.
He's a bad man.
Yeah, they're working on like a ritual, or they were working on a ritual to like get power.
A bad one.
Yeah, but they needed like resources.
We need to get. No offense, we need to get the smart people here.
No, that's fine. Let's go back to the um main area, and then I can send off the letter and get people over here.
Yeah, you can do so.
It's-
Fire that off. Not too long after you do so, at the teleportation circle there, Isaac will show up with Halvad, Ophelia Elsinore, Esther, and also the Fool's Banquet.
That's part of the
She's
smart
just
people.
like, hello, friend! He has this, like, giant, like, long beard that he has apparently grown over the last several months. It's, like, braided with all these, like,
hello.
rings. I am doing a swarthy.
Ah,
Bless you.
Look, I am
I'm
true
looking-
pirate.
You are
I
sure are
see
trying.
Pastrami?
Yes, I take it.
I
I like swoop. I will sweep in immediately.
I was knowing that you would be having some. Well, this place is musty.
It's okay. It's kind of a shithole at the moment, thanks to
Mm.
the previous high priestess.
Speaking of, I will be finding a shithole. Where is the poo room?
It should be over that way.
Fabulous. See, Alia just... I told you to go before we left. I did not have to be going then. Okay.
I just like take a glance and just like,
hello.
Horde Lemon hacks are just like investigating the room where you killed all the bishops. They're just like... It's been cleaned up a bit, but there's still...
yeah, I'm going to guess the people that were, dubious have come by since we've had a short rest.
Yeah,
Okay.
people have been kind of slowly trickling in, but it's still largely empty, especially up here.
Dad, you've made it.
Yeah, hello, and just kind of comes in for like an awkward hug.
Oh, yes.
Hello. It's wow. I did not think I would ever be here.
You
Frankly.
did it. We overthrew her.
Wow, that's impressive for sure. Yeah.
And now we have giant robots.
Kara, you see her just kind of like slink over, and she just kind of holds out this like leather bracer to you. Non-detection.
Thank you. Yes.
That would be good.
We're working on another one as well.
It is non-attunement.
This one is attunement, but the next one will hopefully not be. Yeah, it makes you immune to any what is it? Scrying or any divination, really.
Mm, mm.
And also makes it so that nobody can tell if you are lying.
Oh,
Oh,
So,
now you're interested.
yeah, well,
well,
sort of buried the
people
lead on
already
that one, but
people already do that with me. So
yeah. So, what's the deal? What are we looking at? You said something about
right.
is that
Two Warforged things
black
for
matte
you to look
technology? Okay.
Yeah. So here's the big one.
Whoa.
Stick your arms on there, and you can control all the robots.
See how Vad just kind of like trots over and just starts like poking it. Ah,
Be
interesting.
careful, it makes you very fucking tired. I found that out the fun way.
All right.
And it also seems like she was working on a smaller one.
Yeah, something handheld.
Not sure if that has
Fascinating.
been finished, but perhaps you could finish it.
Does not seem to have been, but yeah, we could probably do something like that. Yeah. That shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Do you think perhaps you could use one of these to connect to one that is over in Zeltenbrock? Like
Like a wireless communication
yeah.
thing. I don't know. We'd have to dig in there and see what this actually does first. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it does.
It allowed me to connect to all of the Warforged that were here, at least, and functionally control them. It looks a lot like a creation forge to me, which is part of why I'm interested in it.
Interesting. Yeah, we can. I know a thing or two about those.
And I wonder if there's something that could be done with that, like if this is something that you could connect to the spirits of many Warforged at once. Instead of sending commands, could you send something else?
Yeah,
Could we
ostensibly.
awaken on purpose?
That would be interesting indeed. Considering what we've learned about awakening and all that, I don't know exactly how that would work, but
I have no idea.
reckon it's worth taking a look.
Yeah.
How did everything go with the things that you were doing before this?
Nice.
Well, we're not. I don't think we've quite landed what we're gonna do with with the other side over there. I don't know if we're gonna go right after Sabbath or go after Black Myers.
Yeah.
You see, Kara has just like wandered over to the wall and she goes, "Is that me?"
Yeah, we think so.
Oh yes, that's you.
So she knew where I was,
Evidently so.
but she didn't tell Andreas.
Evidently
Yeah,
so. Unless you
evidently
just
so.
didn't act on it, but that seems out of character.
She was also nuts.
That's
Yeah,
disrespectful.
she was extremely insane. She killed Rook and tried to feed him to her terrible god.
Yeah. And
See, Ophelia just kind of pipes up for the first time. And what did you do to provoke that behavior?
Well, we did kind of invade her tower a little bit, but
Who's to say?
Who's to say, indeed?
anyhow, also she didn't we haven't seen any like means or reasons to believe that she was communicating with Andreas anytime recently. She's actually been working with Benzikir, which is even more concerning.
Equally distressing, if not more, yeah.
Yep.
I heard you were with him for a little bit there, Millicent. Did you learn anything about him?
I mean, we went to a lot of different places, so I mean, he's been checking in on things. I know he. I mean, he's probably keeping eyes on me, but he seems to be working on something to maybe help with when Neurology comes, but now I'm highly doubting it, or
Help who?
Himself.
probably himself in the end. He was trying to find a way with the two timelines like merging to see if we could save both, but I was not very clear about what was actually going on in that situation. That's what it sounded like, but I didn't really understand the research. But he had like a secret lab
It is rather
underneath.
confusing.
I don't know, he helped me a lot, so I don't really know what his end goal is. Besides, I guess, maybe be a god? From what we're learning, which is concerning.
It seems like he was trying to get enough power to
Like, almost
disrupt and
overthrow.
overtake his father, grandfather, however the fuck that
Grandma.
works.
Yeah. Take over Uralash, which is also concerning.
Yikes. Okay, that is a lot.
The one boon to all that is we don't think that Benzaka and Sabas are on the same page anymore and might be working against each other.
Okay.
For better or for worse in that regard, don't know.
And Andreas also is working against them? Or him?
At least
Against
Sabas.
Zabas, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what the relationship was with Benzakir.
And what was the
If
deal
there-
with Prixen? She was working with Benzakir?
Yes, because they're both
Seems like-
followers of Bane, so.
That's how
Uh-huh.
that connects. Okay. Wow,
Oh,
I am learning so much.
Maybe I pull out the package that Benzakir gave me.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
God.
Could you guys somehow maybe detect what could be possibly in this package? He told me not to open it, and it's for Andreas. I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing, but maybe you guys could figure it out without, I don't know,
Killing us all.
disrupting.
Historically
Yeah.
speaking,
We're
that sort of
free-
thing hasn't gone well for me, but
I mean, we've tried so much, but maybe you guys have a better answer, or maybe a better way of
You see-
detecting.
pointedly, none of them are touching it.
I'm just like, yeah, look at this thing. I'm like moving it around, like,
You just get like a pencil and you're like,
yeah, like definitely like haphazardly handling this package here.
He's like, I don't. You said Benzakir gave you that,
Yeah.
and he told you
He
not to open it.
No,
Yeah.
just to give it to Andreas. So I don't know if it was to help Andreas or hurt Andreas. But we didn't know if we wanted to play that game just in case it did benefit Andreas.
We're feeling pretty certain it's a bad thing in
Looks
there.
bad.
But
See
it could
how that
be a
just
good
like
thing. What do you think?
looks like leather.
Okay. Well,
I was hoping maybe you could read through the leather without having to open it, but
Not getting anything. I mean, we could, I guess. I just kind of hard to say. Like, I don't detect anything off of it, but that doesn't mean nothing. There's what is that? Conjuration? Enchantment? A bit of abjuration as well? Yeah.
all of those?
Yeah.
So it's super magical, and that tells us nothing.
I might be able to pinpoint what the conjuration is that's on it, but
Sure.
I think now anything at this point.
Why not?
give me a minute here.
Yep.
Just don't want to really touch it. But, let's just see what. Huh. Uh-oh.
Bad?
Could say that.
Uh-oh.
That would be the highest form of conjuration is on this thing.
Oh,
Oh.
what would that be?
Wish.
Oh, that's not very good.
Huh?
He put a wish in a
In a
package
box.
and gave it to you.
Like a wish stored to be used, or like a wish that has been used and will take effect?
Definitely one of those.
Yeah, those are the options. Yeah, that's why I asked.
Yeah.
Fuck
Hmm.
that.
I mean, that sort of thing, if it's like one or the other, we could commune about.
That's true. Now we have a little bit more pinpoint questions.
Kara, yes, assuming that the people to
Godshold
whom you
is
are
on the-
communing are able to discern.
Well, I mean, we are on the grid line for Cillian and Lathander, so they at least might, or at least say Cillian might be able to pick up on if it's a use spell or if it's just a free spell in a box. I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, you are a high-level Selune appreciator, so if
That's certainly
anybody
a
could,
phrase. Cillian appreciator.
Excellent.
I was gonna say Moon Goon. Sorry, I think yours is
Don't.
better.
That's worse. That's worse. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Anyways, so regardless, there's a Schrodinger's like wish with this now.
Uh-huh. I knew a Schrodinger. He was not a nice man, but sometimes he was.
Yeah, the way I kind of see it, looks like there's three options with this box. Either we give it to Andreas, we open it ourselves, or we throw it in a deep dark hole in the ocean and let nobody find it ever.
Oh well, that one's no fun.
Could be
Well,
the safest, so.
It might be more fun than the other two, depending on how sneaky Benzakir is.
Oh, but what if we get a win?
Your brother has been rubbing off on you.
Alright, well, let's
Theophilia
just
just like,
commune. What? What's going over there, huh?
no, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. Let's see if anyone. Let's see if Soyun got any answers for us about this box. Maybe
Sure.
a point.
You all might be right. You might not know, but honestly, we don't have many other means to try to investigate it without actively harming ourselves. All right. Well, the two questions I immediately have would be, you
What's
know,
in the box?
like,
Yes or no?
What's in the
is the box
Yeah. Yes.
is the box just a free wish, like for you know, or is the box a wish, or
Has the wish in the box already been used?
yeah?
And then go from there.
Will it kill us upon opening?
Can we use the wish if we open it? Will Andreas be sad if he opens it?
Will Benzakir come for me once it opens? And it's not Andreas.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm kind of in danger just telling you guys all this just now, so
well,
It'd be
Let's-
really funny if the wish like teleported the person that opened the box to Benzakir, and Millicent just pops back up like, "Hi."
hi.
So I
I got
opened the
curious.
box.
So you told me not to open the box, but I was really curious.
I
so
just
opened
I
it
don't know what's
anyway.
inside.
Yeah.
I just needed to know.
You can't give a 17-year-old a box and tell her not to open it.
How dare you?
so it's one is the spell a used wish. Two, would we be able to use the wish if that's the case? Will Benzakia know that this has been opened? I'm not
Sounds great.
sure. Okay. All right. Here we go. Time for commune.
She just. Oh, okay. Yeah. She just sits down on the floor like that in the
Yeah.
middle of everything. Okay.
Happens all the
We
time.
just watch.
Halvad just like. Just like sitting right next to her, just looking at her.
What are you?
Hands on his knees. I'm watching.
All right.
I don't do a lot of divination. See, Kara, it's a cleric spell. You can't do it. Yeah, but I can watch. Maybe I can learn it. No, it's a cleric spell. It's not. They don't do shit that's not from their vocation. Maybe I can too. I
It's
try
called
real
praying to a
hard.
god.
Ah, sorry, I didn't realize you were still awake.
I
Oh,
mean,
you
I have
are
to
right.
meditate a little bit before I
Oh,
start.
all right, I'll be quiet.
I'm gonna like open up my eye like a peek, and I'm like,
Can I
Lie
help
in your
you?
space. I'll back up.
okay. Anyways, and I'll actually go to like I'll.
Yeah. You appear not where you expect to be, but actually in the house that Cinder just built for you, in your old study there.
Oh.
And you do see the figure of Celium just kind of sitting across the desk from you. Oh, this is new. You're very close.
Yes, actually, I was in the priestess tower.
Ah. I take it that's a good thing then.
Yes, I've actually been meaning to go and try to commune, or not, reach
Yes.
out to the grid line. You know what I mean. But I have some questions with some concerning information we have learned. Also, do I feel Tor at all?
No, not at the moment.
Huh. Okay. Where he went.
You
He
can't
said
fit
he
in
had.
the house.
He said he was running an errand.
Is that
I did not know what that meant.
What kind of errand? I
Turtle business.
Yeah.
turtle business. All right.
Perchance.
So for some context, we discovered that a box that's one of our not trust that Benzakir was trying to give to Andreas has some form of wish in it.
Oh.
So
Oh.
it's questions around that for context. Is the spell a use wish?
Seems to be.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is it the kind of wish that would be harmful to the person that opened the box?
It's hard to tell. There is a lot masking it, but if I had to take an educated guess, I would say yes. Probably.
Noted. Finally, will Benzakir know when the box is opened?
Oh, most certainly.
Okay, well, it's all very pivotal information, so thank you.
Yes. Hopefully I will see you soon. Can figure something out about these lattice lines.
Yes, that's what I'm hoping for too, now things have calmed down a little bit.
Things are never calm.
No, and I'm distressed about the fact that Evil Trixon sacrificed herself to the line when Bane is involved, but that's another issue.
Well, good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
You come back up. Halvad is just standing right in front of you.
Could you get anything?
Ah! She's awake. Yeah, let me try. Nope, doesn't work. Well, you gave it a valiant
shame.
effort.
Yeah.
Man's gotta know his limitations.
Yeah.
Find a god that you vibe with and learn that way.
I'm just not going to tell him that I can do it too, because if
Sounds like a lot of work.
It can be.
Yeah.
So, did you learn something?
So what's
Yes.
in the box?
Actually, so yes, it's a used Swish.
Oh.
She couldn't tell with all the masking if it was directly harmful, but said it would be more than likely be harmful. And Benteke would absolutely know when the box is opened.
All right, let's toss it in the ocean.
I mean,
Fun? No. Effective? Probably.
Well, I
Or
don't.
we give it to Andreas and.
No, because I don't want him to kill Andreas. I want to do it.
Oh, fair.
If you deliver the package that does it, is that not count?
It doesn't count. No.
What if you gave the package to like some other
But-
guy?
yeah, literally any
Yeah.
other goon
Yeah, we
of
give it to him.
Andreas.
All right, I'll give it to
Oh,
his
we're
brother.
allowed to use that one. Okay, fine.
Goon derogatory.
Point taken.
All right, we give the package to Simon.
No.
Sorry, not Simon. I was thinking of Kristoff, his brother.
You
Not
better
Simon.
have been.
I don't know most of them by their actual names. I have to look at my list to know who they are.
He should not still be on your list.
Yeah, that's why I had to look over there and say, oh, he's not there. So
He is actually being earnest. He's not on the
I had
list.
to see the line that goes over from Andreas.
You're very strange, you know that?
Yep.
He gets that from me. I think he gets a lot of it from him. See, it's getting pretty dark out there. Out the
Oh.
window.
Oh, I have to go.
Half.
Where are you going?
Oh, God.
I have a very important meeting.
With whom?
Oh, it's none of your business. I run.
See,
I zoom out of there.
Ophelia just goes, well, that was familiar. Well, they are related. Kind, sort of. Alright, I'm gonna take a look at this thing.
Yeah, go for it. By
Here,
all
Isaac,
means.
you look at the big one, I'll look at the little one. And then we'll trade. Okay, is that how you... Do we not want to look at them at the same time? No, I want this one. Okay.
Can I look at the big one with Howbad?
No, I'm looking at the little one.
Oh, big one with Isaac, sorry.
That's some Zeltenbrock shit. I don't know anything about that.
Oh, have
This.
we introduced Bits, by the way?
No, he's just
Oh.
on Cinder's belt.
Okay.
I'll just wait for him to speak up on his own, that's fine.
He's just taking it all in.
I don't feel the need to volunteer this information. I think I might be judged.
He's just chilling out. How about just like walks by, just like he's at eye level with him. Hello. That's alive. Thought that was like a canteen or something.
No.
He doesn't
There's
drink
bits.
water. Photosynthesis. All right. Kara will join Isaac in looking at the big one with you. Ophelia will just hang out. You can hear Hax and Hordlam downstairs making some kind of trouble, but you're not entirely sure what as you zoom past them, Rook.
Oh,
You go-
Heck, I need to
Hey!
I need to meet up with you tomorrow about how to make your little throwing poison bombs.
Okay.
All right. I'll get out of there.
You get down there. See, Alia and Jared are just at the bottom, just like having dinner in like some random corner of the main area.
Hello, you two.
Hello.
You didn't want to invite anyone else upstairs?
No, it's a date night.
Oh, sorry then. Sorry to
It's ham
interrupt.
sandwiches on Wednesdays.
Of course.
Their dates are just sandwiches. This woman is trapped with sandwich.
I would offer to play some music for you, but I have somewhere to be. So,
Have an enjoy.
oh yes, you too.
She just like she seems completely unbothered.
Oh, she married that, so I hope.
It's true. She continues. She continues eating her sandwich as you zoom off.
Yeah.
You get to the back of Helm's Hammer. You see,
Oh, I put on my. Oh.
yeah, just put on your regalia. You see you
Yeah.
guys there. He's just like doing pull-ups with the immovable rod.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll just. Yeah. I'll like glide down with Featherfall.
oh, whoa! You're like a
So you
real
come.
bird. Yeah.
I'm ready to witness your
All right.
whatever you have planned.
I got a big score. So, do you want the background, or do you want to just see, and then do you want me to like? We can walk and talk.
Sure, give me the
Can't
background
wait.
first.
Okay, yeah. So, basically, there are these guys over on the. You probably know all about them. The BI guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they came here about a year ago or so, and they set up all these outposts. When they were communicating, and they brought all the big guys and all the other guys like me. But I was here before them. I came here like 4 or 5 years ago, right after I woke up. That's when I heard about you. But basically, they built up all these outposts where they were like all the BI guys were, and they had all these Warforged in there, and they had all the not the big guys, but the medium big guys. And so basically, over the course of the last few months, I've been kind of messing with them. Like I would, like clog all their toilets, or I would like send out like invites to like a fake party, and then a bunch of people would show up there, and they'd be like, "What are you doing?" And they'd be like, "We're here for the party. I brought some wine." And they'd be like, "There's no party here. We are evil mans who don't know how to have fun."
Yeah, sounds like them. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would like screw with them. So they're mostly all gone now, but there's one left. It's the biggest one, and it's this outpost that they have. It's like at the northern part of town. It's by the wall. And when all the robots went to sleep yesterday, I was like, "This is the day." And then you showed up, and I was like, "Yeah, it's kismet." And I got plans.
Can't wait to see him.
Okay. It's slinking time. And he
said
just
so
like
little with so many words.
Wait. One thing before you leave. And I'll pull out the guitar and I'll give him an inspiration.
Oh, divine inspiration.
Oh my god.
I feel so invigorated.
Now go.
You watch him just like sprint off, Naruto running across the town.
Oh, now I follow.
Yeah, he's not as fast as you, so you can follow him very
Yeah.
easily.
I jog.
He puts on his mask, and he darts out, and you can see this place that he's talking about. It's a pretty sizable. It's basically they have made like a little camp out of a collection of buildings that were repurposed, and it does still seem to have BI presence. There are 2 Titans outside that are just dormant, as of apparently what Cinder did the day before. And you can see there are a number of them, and there's about 5 or 6 BI battlesmiths in there, it looks like, and they've pretty much hunkered down, it seems. None of them are going to be like perceptive enough to spot you when you go around to see like what this guy is doing. So you just get a front row seat to his shenanigans that he enacts over the course of this 15 minutes or so. Essentially, he uses the he gets inside with the grappling hook. He like kind of scales the wall outside and drops in. He gets to the central room, and he starts pretty convincingly speaking, yelling out in Zeltish that there is like a disturbance in one of the bathrooms. He starts a fight with a couple of the people in there, and draws all six of the people that are there into the bathroom, and then uses the immovable rod to lock them in there. And then you see he kind of pulls this like thing out from his pack. He has like a little potion kit, and he pulls out basically what seems to be like a stink bomb, and just flicks a few of them under the door. He then moves over to where there's kind of like a storm cellar outside the like central tower of this place, and opens it up, and you can see 2 or 3 Warforged just kind of like very slowly kind of make their way out. They seem somewhat confused. He talks to them a little bit, and you can see that they are other awakened Warforged that were apparently locked down there. And he opens the main gate to let them all out. After they're all gone, he begins to go around and just like scribble a bunch of like crude like obscenities on all of the walls. And you hear some commotion inside as they have burst out of the bathroom. So leaving the immovable rod behind, he sprints out, and using his Levabubble Bumblefuck, he like squishes it in his hand and floats away on a balloon, leaving them all yelling at him and trying to shoot him down unsuccessfully.
I'll run ahead back to the alley.
Yeah, you see him after like 5 or 10 minutes float back down Mary Poppins style on behind the place. I got a gun!
Oh, I didn't see that part.
Yeah. It was fun. It was in the bathroom. Well, he was in the bathroom that I got the gun. The gun wasn't in the bathroom. The guy came in to the bathroom to fight me, and I took his gun.
Ah.
I shot holes in all the toilets.
Excellent.
Yeah, good luck pooping in there.
You are, let me be honest, my single most loyal follower.
Oh, wow, that's amazing. It's an honor. It's an honor to serve.
Well, perhaps you can do so better with this. I'll present the goo wand.
Whoa. What's this
No.
do? Is this the fabled wand of globbing?
It is.
That you used in the raid on Grasswind?
Yup.
Oh, wow.
Now, before I give this to you, a few words of wisdom for it. Don't aim for the face.
Okay.
That'll suffocate people.
Oh, yeah, no, that they die.
Yep. And also, it only has so many charges, so don't just go shooting it willy-nilly.
Yeah. Gotta
Are
preserve,
you ready for
preserve
this?
the goo.
Yes. Are you ready?
I think so. I hope so.
All right. Here, what is your name?
Corvus Midnight.
Ah, I will remember this name. Take my divine relic.
Wow.
I'll
Thank
be
you.
watching over you.
Many thanks.
Mm.
He just takes it and just kind of like, is looking at it all.
You'll have to spend some time with that. So
yeah, I'll figure it out. Wow. Well, are you gonna be like, are you gonna be in town for a while, or like?
yeah, for some time. Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm free most nights if you want to hang or something.
We'll see.
Oh yeah, it's fine. It's just if you're like not busy.
I have some very important stuff.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. Yeah, just I just thought like if you're it didn't want to it's cool. Awesome. Yeah.
I'll go.
But yeah. Okay, I'll go. Yeah, I'll go that way.
Yeah.
Just like walks out. I'll go get my rod back.
Sit there in that alleyway. Just, I guess that could have gone better, but whatever. I'll just go back to the tower.
It's tough to be a god.
what did he say his name was? Corvus
Corvus
Midnight.
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 Edgy McEdgelord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a crow, you know.
Yeah. All right, I'll walk past the dinner date there, and
Yeah.
I'll just go back upstairs and join them with the
Yeah,
research. I guess.
he's been gone for like 20 minutes.
Oh, back already.
Ah, yes,
Alright.
sorry about that, everyone. Yes.
You're not. Did he or did Rook explain, by the way, what he was doing, or was it just okay?
I don't
No.
think so.
He just fucking booked it.
Yeah.
I don't think he told you about him at all.
Cool.
About his
How about you?
his apostle.
How about you? Are you gonna divulge that information eventually?
Yeah, maybe eventually, yeah.
Great.
Okay.
Surprises.
It seems more pressing at the moment. We should be researching all this happening.
Sure. Okay. Worry about that later.
So you guys can spend, those of you who are figuring out these devices can spend the rest of the week kind of with the assistance of the nerd crew
Not
doing
me.
some work on them. Yeah, anybody who isn't going to do that is free to do whatever else. But
One of the nights I would ask if anyone can join me and just make sure that I don't have
Right.
any side
Yes, yeah.
effects of trying to commune with the grid line. But I would give that a go.
yeah, you guys can all make your way down to the bloody hole at the.
Yeah.
Actually, could I also just like prestidigitation like some of that?
Some of it, yeah, it takes a while.
Okay.
It's in there.
Oh, a little bit.
Okay. Great.
Uh,
In a spot that is not like, bloody, I'll sit down and begin trying to commune with the conflux point.
can do a wisdom check. Actually, a wisdom saving throw, if you would.
Oh, I'll give her some inspiration.
That will be good. Was it
Okay.
25? Yeah, it's interesting. You've never really been this close to a conflux point for any extended period of time. This one, in the before times, when you were the high priestess, you did know of this place, but this was before anybody knew that they were gods. So it was kind of just sort of like a big scary thing that was down here. But while you are here and this close to the joining point for Selyon and Lathander, it's interesting. You feel a draw, a certain almost magnetic pull that is trying to pull you in and draw you in, but you're able to resist it as you reach out. Something about this point is simultaneously comforting but also distressing. It's almost as if something has corrupted it, and you certainly imagine what that might have been.
Yep.
You know that Prixin seemed to be obviously very close with Bane, and you sense that probably there has been some taint on this point because of that. Almost as though she was consciously exerting Bane's will over these two gods to try and wipe out their presence. Seems to be separate from what was going on with the other lines that have been removed. But you feel the presence of your god more strongly here after some time spent meditating with it than you have anywhere else. You're not sure yet what you might be able to do with that, but for the time being, it's safe enough.
Is it just that, or am I able to like try to push a bit more and see what I can get?
You could try.
I'll try.
Okay, I would ask for another wisdom save.
Cool.
Can I play her some more music?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you probe a little further. It almost begins to feel like you're communing with the point here. As you guys watch, she just kind of seems to unconsciously begin like physically reaching down towards the point below. It's a little alarming initially, but she's in control for the moment. You almost begin communing simultaneously with Selyun and Lathander. An interesting combination, as they both kind of represent the same things, but also the opposite. They have a sort of a yin-yang dynamic between the two of them, and you can feel that tension. It's not a bad tension, it's just kind of almost holding them together there. As you press farther, you almost feel like your mind is grasping onto something, like your will as a cleric of Selyun is giving you some insight into this. Insight that you've only really seen exercised back in the academy, back at Abendroth when it fell. But this is a little different. This is a bit less violent, perhaps, but you kind of shy away from it initially because it's alarming, but in your mind's eye, you can feel yourself grasping onto the presence of Selyun in this point and in this line. And you feel like with enough will, you could draw her out. The amount of power of sustained power that would flow through you during this would almost certainly be enough to kill you if you were not well bolstered. But sitting here mere feet above this conflux point, you almost feel like you could do it.
I would try.
Okay. It will be another wisdom save.
Some more music for you?
I would say that somebody would Hope would be able to give you resistance as well.
Okay.
As we will be looking for a 35.
I was gonna say that I could cast Bless on you.
You could do that too.
Alright.
So you get
So,
two
D4
D4s on top of this.
2d4s.
One for resistance and one for bless. Okay. You need two. Anybody got anything else?
I might. Yeah, I can use the crystal as a reaction to a save to let them re-roll and use whichever they prefer.
Well, she rolled a 19.
Well, she rolled a
Wow.
19, so that's not going to help.
I mean,
I'd-
unless this accounts for like re-rolling the D4.
I'd say you could re-roll the Bardic Inspiration. I'll allow it.
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You have a connection with Rook that's
Yeah.
close
I have
enough where-
unfailing inspiration.
That's
Hey!
also true.
Yeah, there you go.
You guys are just sitting here. Rook's just kind of like, what's going on? You're just kind of playing your music. Cinder's here. He's got the crystal ball out. Hope is there giving resistance. Millicent is around.
Vibing. Yeah, vibing.
And you guys all just kind of see her as she's just sort of like reaching out over the thing, and then unceremoniously she just tips forward and falls in.
Oh, I like trying to chase after her. This is what
She
I'm
just
here for.
dives in, and much like Prixon before her, you cannot pull her away. She just
So
disappears into the conflux point. And we'll take a break.
Oh,
Whoa! So let's begin risky decisions. Let's go. It doesn't usually happen.
Matthew, this will almost
There-
certainly kill you. Maddie, bet.
there goes my other mother figure. Like, let's.
God, is that you? I'm coming in.
Jeez.
Knock, knock.
Are you decent in there? I'm coming in.
Well,
All right.
let me in.
All right. We'll be back shortly while I figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
Welcome back. At this time, I'm gonna have everybody deafened except for Maddie.
Oh boy.
Oh, fun times.
Bye, have a great time.
Mm-hmm. You, after your daring grasp out towards the conflux point, find yourself in a similar state to when you commune, but there's something a little bit more corporeal about it, a little bit more anchored. You find yourself sitting in your usual meditative stance, but looking upward, you see what seems like you're looking down on the skybound lands far below, and far below that, the depths. As you look around you, you realize that you are sitting on the surface of one of the moons as it orbits above. And as you stay kind of seated, almost entranced, you can feel it turning beneath you towards a darker side. And the warmth that you could feel emanating from below seems to chill a bit. And you can see, sitting opposite you, as you kind of move around among the craters, there is a figure. And it seems to have the appearance of a well-dressed, if a bit old-fashioned, man with kind of blood-red skin. He just kind of peers at you, one eye glowing yellow, the other with a sort of light blue tinge. Just here. Fine work, that.
Thank you. I wasn't sure what to expect, and being on the moon certainly wasn't a one of them.
Still a bold move. We seem to both be horning in on the same territory.
Yes, unintentional. I had tried to reach out to Selyun, which I apparently achieved. I I didn't have any expectations, but I didn't fully expect this. Naive on my part, but I'm Celeste, by the way.
Close enough, I suppose. I have a feeling no introductions are necessary on my part.
Yes, I have an idea of who you may be.
Curious. This is... Well, we're not physically on the moon, as I'm sure you could gather, but close enough to it. Close to its representative. I don't bear any ill will to Selyun or Lathander, or really any of them, to be perfectly honest. We all agreed. We all entered this agreement willingly. Mostly willingly. Not everyone, but most of us did. The ones that didn't, not very important. Your design seems to be what? To pull your goddess out from this temporary prison.
Not so much pull my goddess out as be better able to connect with her. Pulling her out would have greater ramifications, and I won't pretend to want to cause further harm to our material plane.
I'm not certain you understand exactly how this works, then. Either you have, whether you like it or not, supplanted poor old, what was her name? Alicia, the Avatar. That's you now.
I see.
So either you both stay here, or you both go. I suppose the choice is up to you. But wait around long enough and the choice will be made. As luck would have it, I am inclined to ask that you take her and be on your way. And unless you want your friends to be without their cleric, I don't see that you have much of an option otherwise.
There's that. Am I able to speak to her before I make the unanimous decision to pull us both out?
I don't know. She hasn't been particularly talkative to me while I've been here, I can tell you that much.
I'm sure. You said this was a. When you're talking about the deals and everything, were you referring to the overall deal of becoming part of the grid lines, or were you referring to something more recent thanks to Brixton?
Oh, the Ascension, of course. All 32 of us are here, by and large, by our own volition. There were a few that had to be, shall we say, coerced. But the fact of the matter is, we all knew this was something of a temporary arrangement. Some of us have chafed under the yoke of our self-induced imprisonment, but some of us have been patient, bided our time. Selyun was smart in choosing you as a representative on the surface. For you see, having somebody of your particular level and strength be her representative enabled this to happen. I am a little cross that Prixon couldn't quite cross the finish line on that, but she did her part. I have other representatives who can carry me the rest of the way. But you are all she has.
Was it Brixton's doing for you to end up in this complex point, or am I misunderstanding how complex points work and how you guys are trapped within them?
I'm around. I've been able to manifest physically in a way that the others haven't, thanks to Prixon's efforts, as well as my other friends. I'm not exactly here. I'm just... well, I'm hovering until the space is vacant. Which seems to be where you come in.
And I'm sure you won't inform me as to how you benefit from the situation.
I benefit from the situation in that there will be more places for my followers to make sacrifices to me and eventually yield my escape. And when I'm gone, as long as a handful of the remaining 31 in here, well, I suppose 27, are still in here, it'll be more than enough time for me to do what I need to do before the rest of them get out.
Right.
I strive to create order where there is none, Florence. This is a world of chaos. The sky is quite literally falling. A being that seeks to devour the plains whole is making its way to you rather quickly. That power needs to be tamed. It can't be destroyed. It's too great for that. It needs someone at the reins. Someone with an ample amount of experience controlling things and putting them right as they should be. While I'm in here, I can't exactly do that.
suppose I shouldn't be really surprised by all that, okay.
Your nature is to serve. Mine is to rule. We are still created beings bound by that which governs us. Only difference is I don't know who my creator was. None of us do here.
Well, I'll take that and ruminate on it, I suppose.
Ruminate away.
Where, do you know where the avatar is on this place?
Well, she used to be right there. Not much of a conversationalist. I reckon she's gone now. Perhaps at peace, finally. I wouldn't worry yourself about her. That way lies madness. Perhaps she's out in the world somewhere. Mine is.
Sorry, out of character, looking up the map real quick.
It's hardly
I'm
a load-bearing line. I'm sure everything would be fine. For a time, anyway.
Sure, for a time.
Everything is transitory. I'll leave you to think, and perhaps see if you can commune with your goddess before you get locked in here for too long. I'd hate to be the reason why you didn't get the opportunity to vacate the premises, but, you know, if you need me, I'll be somewhere over there. You can just
Great.
feel the moon just kind of like turning underneath you again.
Alright.
We'll
thank
meet
you.
again.
Oh, I'm sure of it. I walk away.
Yeah, he just kind of like slides away as the ground just kind of turns beneath you.
Oh, fuck me. I may have made a mistake. Um, okay, okay, okay. There's not like anyone. I can't find anyone else on this. Like, okay. I'm going to have to sit down and commune again then. Okay.
To make a wisdom check for me.
Sweet God. Ugh.
It takes you some time, but eventually you do just kind of hear footsteps behind you as you see a very confused looking figure of Saloon behind you.
Hi.
This is rather odd.
I didn't expect it to be frank, and I'm not sure if that's naivete or us delving into entirely unknown.
Everything is new.
I had a n- not directly unpleasant, but vague, uncomfortable conversation with Bane, as I'm sure you can
Ah,
sense.
yes, he's near, always hovering.
Has that been a thing since Prixon has been?
Mm-hmm. More
I
and more.
see. Great.
He's a vulture.
And he wants to
sure.
control.
I'm sure this is not the only place he has his eye on either.
Oh, I'm sure. And unfortunately, he gave me some important information that makes me think I may have made a dire mistake.
Which would be what?
Um, for me to exit, I have to take myself and the avatar out, or we're just here. I, I just
You mean
am
you have
stuck
to...
here.
You mean me?
Yes, yeah, sorry. I suppose I usurped the avatar in some strange way. I don't really understand. Um, But yeah, I would have to free up the line, which has terrible ramifications for the current situation.
Well, there may not be all downsides. When the other lines were removed, the gods who were freed remained somewhat locked away, distant. They didn't have clerics of a high enough level to maintain their connection. Strong enough believers, really. Strong-willed. I don't think I will have that problem.
There's that. I
And I think if I am able to communicate and remain adjacent from the celestial plane, I may be able to help the others.
That would be good. Did you hear anything that when Bane was talking to me, or should I just fill you in on
Yes,
that?
I got the gist.
Great.
It is worrisome. There's no denying
And I'm
that.
worried about the islands on this line, as Lathander is going to be the main one holding them up. If we do this, which
Yeah. Well, and I suppose there is Ilmater for a bit anyway. And, Gond. For Godshold anyway, but the smaller islands down below.
yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Well, the smaller islands down below will be unchanged, I suppose. Lathander will not be going anywhere.
Lathander will not be going anywhere. I guess, yeah, guess I don't really fully understand. Like, is there particular points that, obviously, Sabras did it at Zindin. So is it any conflict points that he's able to access? So, like, would he have to come back to Godshold? I just don't know.
Yes, the conflux points are the intersections of my will with all the 16 other gods that go across. Beginning with Azoth, Malar, Mask, Talos, Bane.
Bane.
But the conflux points, those intersection points themselves, are where our connection to the world is the strongest, where the wall is the thinnest. By intersecting with the other gods, our power is able to break free a bit. Particularly gods that are inclined to work together, as I happen to be with Lathander. The sacrifices Prixen made here allowed Bane to encroach further and gain power.
And I'm going to guess add tension to the bonds, trying to.
Indeed, and thus weaken the wall between us and the material plane.
I
Which
see.
it made it possible for you to come here in the first place. That and the strength of our bond together. It's complicated, and a lot of it doesn't really make a lot of sense, even to us.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
The tricks of the ancient rituals.
yeah. I'm a little glad I wasn't a complete fool in this endeavor, but I feel like this will have ramifications we have to deal with. But that's this entire situation, I guess.
You acted.
I did. And
Well,
now
you
I have to
can't
make
stay here.
No, I know that.
I'm pretty sure that Rook would probably not have a good time and
No,
go
in fact,
somewhat insane in your absence.
and also I feel like my friends will at least attempt to enter the grid lines, and I don't want that for them.
Mm. Indeed.
Okay, well, I think we should go ahead and do this then. I'm
All right.
glad to at least talk a little bit before trying. Are you ready?
I suppose. Once we're there, our connection will be different. It will be stronger, but I will still not be able to interfere directly.
I would imagine I wouldn't. You're still a like celestial being. Like I can't imagine you having that kind of will over the material plane.
It's been a long time since it's been a long time since the world had its gods. But hopefully
Yeah.
this can be the beginning of righting some of those wrongs before it's too late.
Well, all right. Let's do this.
All right. And we'll go back to the others.
All right. Russ.
You guys, watch Celeste just go, ew.
Oh no.
I like run over to see if like we see any remains of her.
Just a big, glowy, blue ball.
What do? We gotta get her back.
I'll start lowering my grappling hook into it.
Gotta
So-
figure out.
Celeste,
So what
grab
do
the
we-
other end if you can hear us.
Just disintegrates as soon as it touches it.
No.
So what do we know about this? We've been inside the lines once. Is that the same? Probably not.
Probably not.
Should we start there? Should we try and get back inside the lines and make it to this conflux point? Who
Probably-
had the gate ring? Did she have it or Millicent?
I have it. But do we want to? Like, we can't go to her. But do we want it to get back here? Like,
Well, if we use the gate ring, can we just pull her out?
no, because it doesn't work like normal
Oh, that's
gate.
right.
Yeah, it's just the
It's a
teleport.
location. Yeah.
We don't know the location.
Yeah, we don't know where she went.
I would imagine it's a different plane, so if we can get to her, I can probably just plane shift us out.
Should we just jump in then?
Well, based on what happened to the grappling hook,
Seems like probably a bad idea.
at the least, a risky one.
Can you sending her?
I don't know that spell.
Oh, wait! I have a stone to Celeste from Agatha when she made
Ah,
that was the one. Celeste, are you there? Did you burn up? Are you okay?
Roll a d20.
Yeah. Oh boy. No.
No
not
response.
great. Oh boy. It's not working.
You
Damn
guys,
it.
it suddenly gets like very dark down here.
happening.
Almost like it got really cloudy all of a sudden.
TV go
Kind of
dark.
like poke your head out, and it seems like there is some kind of eclipse happening in the middle of the day when you
Is it a
wouldn't
solar
normally
eclipse, or-
expect to see one.
Solar or lunar?
I don't know what the difference is.
Solar, the
One
moon
burned
is
your
in,
eyes.
It's that one. It's the moon is in
moon-
front.
yes,
moon's
the moon is in front of the
right.
sun.
The moon is in front of the other moon, which is in front of the sun.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's right. Oh no. Oh.
And as you guys
fuck.
are all like looking at that, you all just kind of feel this like sudden like vague slight quake in your feet, and you're like, that's kind of weird. And you look back down, and the conflux point is gone
What?
because there's just one line now.
Did it look like Saloon's line, or did it look like?
It looks like Lathander's line is still there. And
what
you
does
look
that
up
mean?
at the staircase and you
Celeste.
see Celeste with another lady.
Oh, Celeste! Go back!
Celeste! I run and I give her a big hug. I thought we lost you.
My lungs! Hang on. I missed you too.
Put her down.
You're very strong.
Is that
Hi.
Yes.
Hello?
did you
She did.
Yes.
Oh,
fuck?
Whoa.
Uh-huh.
I only have a few moments here.
oh,
So
Oh.
before I go, she just kind of like taps Celeste on the forehead. The number that you need to roll for divine intervention is doubled now.
Oh.
So 32 or less will be a
Jesus.
success.
Before you
Okay.
need to go,
yeah, where are you going to?
I have to go back to the celestial plane and see about fixing things there. There's 4 people up there that I need to speak with and figure out how to get them connected. But I won't be gone.
Who's up there?
Sune.
Azith.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Oh.
So is
Yeah.
there like a safer way to let you guys out, or are we just finding followers and throwing them in the right hole?
I don't think that's usually how it will go. But I
No.
cannot be sure. But I wouldn't experiment.
Okay.
So don't throw Benzakir in his own hole.
Oh,
You
no,
can throw
actually.
Benzakir wherever you like.
Okay.
But not a conflict point.
Oh, fair. Okay.
at least not that one. The last thing we would want is for him to stumble into whatever you just did on accident.
And I think he may know that he could try to, but I'm not sure. We'll see.
You see, she just looks over at Hope. Don't screw this up this time. She's like, I'll be better than the other one. That's all I need.
No pressure.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll be fine. She just kind of like looks at you, Rook. And then she just kind of like shimmers away.
What was that?
I feel like this was the equivalent of having my parent judge my boyfriend.
That's what I felt like.
See Hope just like,
I mean, she gave me a nod, so
she didn't smite you.
yeah,
True.
Take those.
I'll take it.
How did you die? Well,
I'm sorry, what just happened?
Okay, so
Yeah, where did you go?
And how did you get back?
And why did you go in?
And
Okay.
was that the
Okay.
moon?
Yes, that was the moon.
We just
That
have an
was
eclipse?
Salyun. Have an eclipse. Oh, that's neat. That doesn't happen in like 1,000 years.
It kind of stops.
As it
Yeah, it
orbits and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Less neat, more concerning. But yes, continue, please.
Sorry, did astronomy. Anyways, okay, so basically, as I was communing with the conflicts point, I was able to feel that, or I guess Selyun and like her power and try. So I kept trying to reach out over and over.
Yep.
And
You reached a little far.
I mean, yes, but also at the time I was just trying to see if I can connect with her and see if, which technically it worked, if I could help her or connect to her and have her be better able to connect with the material plane, which technically achieved. But I well, I appeared to be on the surface of the moon which is the point I'm going to guess where the Avatar probably was at, and I probably had usurped her place. So I'm not exactly sure where she's at, to be frank. And okay, I, I have some information, from a very concerning source, as Bane was there.
Oh,
Yes.
well, of course he was.
Yep. Um, because he has so many strong followers, he's been able to impose himself in different places. So he's still, in his own respective grid line. But thanks to Brix and old Benny over there, yeah, he's been able to have more power than some of the other gods. Um, with that, he kind of just openly told me his overarching plan, which I'm not that surprised by. He believes that your lash cannot be destroyed, only controlled, and he intends to be the driver.
Right, sounds
Mm.
like
Yeah.
Bane. Yeah.
Nothing
Yeah.
about like he said that, and I'm like, well, of course, yeah, that makes sense.
Classic Bane move.
Yeah, the more ominous bits about that was because he has so many strong followers, um, he's been able to put some plans into motion that he hopes to enact before the other gods are released. Obviously, I don't know what, but he decided to tell me that, and then informed me of my current situation, which if I didn't exit the grid line with Silyun, then I would be stuck there forever as basically their avatar replacement.
Oh,
Mm.
Well, that didn't leave you a whole lot of options.
No, luckily I was able to end that conversation and walk away, and then was able to actually talk to Selyun, so at least got her confirmation that, we don't really have much of a plan per se, but as she mentioned, she's going to try to help the gods that have been freed but don't have any strong followers connect back to the material plane, as they've been having a hard time doing so. Um,
How confident would you say you are that what Bane told you is true?
honestly, considering his position, he has strong followers that are already enacting their plans. Like, we know of Ben here. There could be more just running whatever errands he basically needs. Like, and that's only the outline of the plan. I kind of trust that he wants to go do this
But why tell you? What does
because
that buy him in his plan?
how much can I immediately go stop?
Well, I am assuming that this divine entity would make this choice for a reason in their best interest. Your inability to resist him, that would just be gloating. Maybe that's how he is, but
I
I feel like there's probably more than that. If he gave you this information, I would assume he gave it to you for a reason, because he wants you to do something with that.
I think it's more on the. I mean, it is on like gloating end. For one, like we don't have a solution to Eurolash yet, and per his own plan, he has one. I don't like it, and I don't want it to happen, but that's currently more than what we have. And it's kind of going into the whole thing of just like, he could tell me all this information. I can't do much about it. Like, the most I can go do is probably help Selyun in trying to make sure that, the other religions are propped back up and like more people are able to connect to the gods that are currently on the outside of the grid lines. But he might not have anything to gain out of it aside from us now having to reckon with the idea that, like, I don't know, he might have been lying, sure, but it seemed like he's had no reason to.
Might have been lying, or he might be wanting us to do something.
Maybe, but
Well, what
I
could he
feel
want?
like
What could he want you to do that you're ultimately not already going to do?
exactly.
Don't know. I just am concerned when evil gods monologue.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh yeah.
Trust me, I'm not. I was uncomfortable with that entire conversation, but it's not like I'm gonna be able to sleuth out whether he's telling the truth or lying. But think he's in enough of a position of power for him to not feel the need to lie. I think he's comfortable with the current plans and even lamented about the fact that Brixton failed in trying to commune in a way that I did.
He,
He even said he had like followers still enacting and trying and getting stronger by doing sacrifices. Like that's not just Benzakir.
is Benzakir? Benzakir is a follower of Bane, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And Bane's line is through Andreas's home. Was Andreas as well?
I don't think so.
I don't
He could
believe
be
so.
unknowingly doing his work as a
Yeah, I mean,
Class A tyrant.
Yeah.
yeah.
If he's doing
Cinder, you
things
hear
on that line.
Juliet in your head. Hey, I hate to eavesdrop, but pre-ascension history-wise, Benzakir was Bane's avatar.
Apparently, Benzakir is not simply a follower of Bane. He was, prior to all of this, Bane's avatar.
Hmm.
How did he
Yeah.
finagle his way out of the grid line then?
Yeah, how is he not in lines?
I might have an answer to that.
Oh.
Is it a clone?
Yeah.
Oh.
Seems to have clones of
course.
himself and how he has lived this long.
Oh, fucking course. Okay.
I mean, it worked for Barry.
Well,
That's not
yeah,
his
well,
fault.
and also, Sabas, another child of Yurlash, is also super old.
I mean,
Oh yeah.
I'm
So
not confused
it
about
could just be Leviathan ancestry also.
probably.
Combo. Okay, well, obviously we can't stop Eurolash. It seems to be impossible. What if we find our way? I mean, could we do research to do a ritual so we can control Eurolash? I don't know if that's a thing, but that seems to be our only option.
Really want to control him.
No, but like, maybe a way to at least not be in the hands of Bane. There's gotta be something out there, right?
I mean, there has to be something. Because currently, with the current possible ideas we have as to how to handle the Eurolash situation, one of them is get rid of Primordium, which has other terrible effects, including harming our direct friends.
Yeah, I'm not
And
a
then-
huge fan of that one.
I wasn't planning on that one, but that
pass
was
on
one
that
that was thrown out. I wouldn't even pretend to know how even a god would control the Eurlash if he's an entity greater than the gods themselves.
And to what ultimate end, right? Like, what if we controlled him? What would we do with him? Just
Go
ride
that
him off
way.
into the cosmos. And,
Yeah.
Yeah,
The other way?
Go away. Yeah.
Mm.
Send him off to the far realm or something. There's plenty of places out there, I'm sure.
Lock him away somewhere else, but I don't know. Like, it seems like we can't kill him. It seems like this is
Well-
everything we keep seeing seems to be we can't kill him. So what's our other options then?
Well, I mean, for one thing, that would be one thing Bane maybe could be lying about. Maybe there is a way to kill him. Bane
Yeah,
would just
maybe
benefit
there is.
from. Bane
Or
would just
maybe-
benefit from controlling him.
Or maybe he just doesn't know.
Maybe.
I'm hearing everyone always just saying that we can't kill him, but I've never read anywhere people trying to.
Well,
You
I
mean other than the Ascension?
yeah.
Well, sure, but they did kill him.
Well, kind
that's
of.
the
It
bones of it.
didn't.
Kinda.
It didn't take.
Yeah.
And that
I'll
was
let
a
you do that
concentrated
again.
power of
and-
32 gods.
Yeah, and
So what? We
Yeah.
have to get Umberly on our side this time, and then
Yeah.
and Barry's party tried to do something about it before they got to that point.
Well, then what the hell
Is
are we
there?
doing?
Yeah. Well, maybe it was like a ritual, right? Maybe we can look at that ritual again. Maybe it needs to be tweaked. Maybe now we have more knowledge. Maybe we can do something slightly different.
I would be surprised because that ritual relied on the full strength of the gods when they're at their prime.
Hmm.
Releasing them from the grid lines, they're going to be significantly weaker because they don't have the populace of
Mm.
followers to give them strength.
You guys hear
Well,
from the
aren't
from
there
the
a
edge
lot?
of that hole, kind of interrupting you, that you just see, you hear a voice coming from a little turtle that is just sitting there now. You do have something this time that they didn't have last time.
The
I
hell did you come from?
You guys look over the edge
What?
and you see the somewhat horrifying sight of Asminar floating up underneath the island, depositing
Oh,
the little turtle on the edge.
Aren't
You got
halves like
Asminar on
the
your
Titanic
side
again?
this time.
You can fly?
So he can. That's terrifying. What are you doing? What? How does that work? You're a big fish. I wouldn't dwell on it too long.
Nope, I won't.
Okay.
So what,
Oh.
3 primordials versus another, and we'll be good?
There's also they had
Mhm.
the gods on their side last time. Were the powers that be as powerful as they are now? Like, there's a lot
No,
more
not at
gods
all.
now than.
Yeah, no, not at all.
I
Like,
mean,
sure, they brought the force to bear of 32 gods. We've got like 50.
yes, but also the powers that be are now on par with. Well, before all this happened, a big concern about the powers that be, when I was in charge, was that they were getting to our strength, which our strength is still that of, this nullified god and gridline situation. That's still not the power of the full strength of gods as they were like 1,000 years ago or so. More than 1,000, but
You hear Asminhar booming from below, from all 5 heads.
Oh.
I have done the appropriate communing. I believe we can bring Araket over.
Oh.
Keep our full
Oh.
advantage against Uralash when the time comes.
Excellent.
That looks looking a lot better already.
You will
You
need an anchor point between the two worlds. Yeah, that's where I come in. You see, the thing that we've got in common on both sides is that I'm the only one that's not an asshole on both of them.
Yep.
You
that's out.
bring Little Turtle Me through the anchor point to meet Little Turtle Me on the other side, is what he's saying, right? Essentially, yes. We need to find the place where the two worlds connect.
and
up
this
on
might be
the fucking mountain.
You
this
know
also
of
might be
it.
asking a little bit too much, but what would that mean for the other world when this happens? Do you know?
I am not sure yet.
Okay, fair enough.
They might collide together in some sort of fantastic display of fuckery.
Oh.
I love the sound of it.
Well,
Or maybe Araket will just come over and Bob's your uncle. I'm for that one, personally.
Those are two very different options that I
Oh,
feel
extremely.
that we have very little input into which way that goes.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Cool.
If I've got any say in it from being there on both sides, then yeah, I could. I'll try not to have everybody die. That's the best I can do.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And I mean, you will have sentient Araket, good Araket, trying to help as well, so.
I'm sorry. What is that?
This is Tor. Wait, are you referring to the tiny turtle
I-
or the bean?
I do know what turtles are. This is
Well,
a
that
little
turtle's
different.
actually the talking head for a living island down below.
Of course he
These-
is.
These are primordials. These are where people like me and the spirits that power me.
Oh!
come from.
Oh,
Yes.
this is Tor the Leviathan.
The Leviathan.
Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
That's just Asmanar down there as well.
Of course
you
it
know.
is. He's.
Yeah.
You're
thought he
Lash's
was-
Cool.
siblings.
We're tight, you know?
Yes. They freed me from my imprisonment.
Yeah.
He had a long time to think about how things went last time and has decided to help us change that.
Great. If we can get Araket on this side,
Yep.
and we've got me and we've got Asmanar, then you know we're quite a bit better off than we were last time. Asmanar was
Yeah.
causing all kinds of trouble during the pre-ascension years, and to be frank, of the three of us, he's by far the most powerful. So there's that. Potentially, we
check.
could get at least 3 of the genies on our team as well. And
Yep.
if Selyun can get more gods on our side, and perhaps some of them are going to be coming out of the lines, whether we like it or not, it's something. It's not exactly what we had to work with before, but the powers that be are perhaps equivalent somewhat to the gods of
We
yore.
need to start figuring out if we're able to communicate with them. I mean, aside
Well,
from
the-
the ones that
yeah,
live
the
in
saints.
their artifacts, but
The saints, for sure. That's a different sort of thing from the powers. I don't exactly know what the powers are, personally. It's always been so
Oh, it-
vague.
We wouldn't have to do another line situation, right?
I would hope not.
That would suck. So, do you all think that we can kill him then, or
yeah,
Look,
is
I don't-
that even an
Leviathans? Do you
I'm
think
not.
so?
I'm not super thrilled about the answer to that, but if one of us goes, we all go.
Hmm.
And
But that's not necessarily the worst thing.
I mean, won't that have an effect on Primordium?
Primordium. Well, I don't honestly know. These are things that we've never really had to consider before. But everything's got to have its time, right?
Yep.
I suppose.
technically?
I'm confident that the elemental planes shouldn't, probably cease to exist without us, but I don't know. I mean, we've been here for 1,000 years. Give or take. Our absence from Primordium doesn't seem to have caused any issue, given that you're here,
Yep.
and Ka,
Technically.
and Fred, and
Yep.
Buckles,
Yep.
etc., etc.
Well, we don't necessarily have to kill him. What we need is a permanent solution to him eating the universe. We think in mortal scales and mortal terms because that's all we know, so to us that's death. If there is a viable alternative, we're all ears, but most of what we hear is unkillable god and people trying to manipulate his power for their own gains.
Yes.
Imprison him?
Clearly that's an option. It worked with Asmanar, but it didn't work forever.
Yeah, and Urlash is, well, his astral nature sort of
Yeah.
precludes
Yeah.
physical restraint from necessarily taking hold. What you're talking about would be, insofar as he exists now, he is represented purely by hunger. He exists to devour. That's what he's for. You know, I existed to hold life. Araket to create it. Asmanar to imbue the world with chaotic energy and entropy. But Uralash exists to devour, right? So, short of killing him, the only thing I could see, and it doesn't even sound possible, but it would be creating a whole other universe just for him.
Sure, yeah, that's what Benzakir was saying.
He was thinking a little smaller, though. He was talking about planets. That's a band-aid. As much
How
as
would
the
you
Ascension
make a
was.
whole nother universe?
Apparently, the four of us did it once.
That's how this universe exists, right?
Maybe three. Well, yeah, I think so, anyway.
Yeah, I think
Maybe
the three of you can make like a slightly smaller universe for him to
slightly
go in.
crappier version. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Less people in it.
He would have to be subdued either way.
Sure.
Is this just gonna be a turtles all the way down situation? Or are you gonna make another universe and then it's full of people and he tries to kill them and they make a universe and it's full of people?
I'm not entirely convinced that we aren't already witnessing the results of that being done somewhere else.
Alright,
Yeah.
don't say that to us right now.
Are we somebody else's universe that was the offering?
No, 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 no. We're not.
I can't be certain of that. None of us remember our creator.
Right.
Cool.
But you know what? I don't want him in ours. So let's send him
Yeah.
elsewhere.
Ultimately, it'd be nice to have him in some kind of stasis, some kind of permanent hibernation, because if killing him is untenable, him just, like, something to put him to rest.
Well, that's all philosophical discussion for you to have at some point. I'm not totally against killing him, even if it means the other three of us dying, and I don't think Asmon or Araket would be against it either.
I do want to warn you, though. I don't know the plans at the moment, but I just want you to be aware that Bane is trying to, or has an overarching plan to try to control your Lash.
Fucking course he does.
Yeah. I just worry that I just want you to be aware in case that involves you guys in some way.
I mean,
If
that's
he
good to
tries
know,
any-
but ultimately, is Euralash better than Bane controlling Euralash? I mean, at the end of the day, what's the difference?
It
It's
seems
shit
pretty much
either
the
way.
same to me. Yeah.
Yeah, don't want either.
Yeah, no. That's
But
just his
perhaps it
current
would
game
be
plan,
a little
so...
bit more powerful if Bane was at the reins.
Yeah.
Too
Would
much to
Bane
think
be
about.
easier to kill?
At the moment, perhaps, but I don't know exactly what's going on. I do notice there is a stark lack of a line right here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you'd be able to sense that, because at least excluding this last one, but the last few communes...
Yeah, she
you...
popped off. I was busy with Asminar here for the last one, but
Gotcha.
now I don't sense it anymore. Or you, as
Yeah.
much for that matter. I think your warlocking days are over.
Probably.
Minus the little bit that I was able to give you just now.
So what's gonna happen when we take her back to the other side?
I think she's still cleric.
Oh.
Celian's out and about now.
So for the whole two turtles business, we have to have them take Turtle to Godshold Mountains.
If
Is that
that's
what
where
we're
the place
thinking?
is, yeah. Is that what it is?
It's at the top of the Goddess Cup range, yeah.
Mm.
So the Institute.
Yeah, Institute. Guarded by Blackmires, of course.
Well, then it sounds like next step is go fuck up the Blackmires.
And I could
Right.
have your old buddy Celerio bring the other one to the other side.
Yes, please. And maybe
So we don't-
before the two turtles touch, he comes back over here just in case.
Well, we're gonna have an entire problem of that entire world suddenly either erupting or colliding with us in some weird way, so...
Yeah, I'd like him to be on this side when that happens.
What about his wife?
Yeah.
Well, her too.
Yeah, how's that gonna work if this all comes down?
Oh,
Yeah.
they've both been in one place at the same time before.
Yeah, but that was only for...
But that was when both places still existed.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know. I don't want to think about it, that's all.
You don't want to share.
What I'm getting at is just if that's important to him, don't be surprised if your brother perhaps doesn't want to come.
Yes. I understand.
The fact of the matter is, I'm a little bit concerned about Esmanar as well, considering on the other side he's completely insane.
Oh yeah, there's that too.
The
Yeah, I'd
thought
like to
has
keep-
crossed my mind.
Like to keep this version. Although I suppose if it becomes necessary, we did beat up the crazy version of Arquette. We could,
Yep.
we could
You
beat
can
up
take
the
him.
crazy version of Aspenor.
Yeah, that is an option.
Yeah.
It would probably suck a whole lot more, but if it means we keep the sane one,
I will also be available for said fight, as strange as it would be.
All right.
not looking to pick a fight, but if it's required, I am willing to do so to keep.
Asmanar
Now-
versus Asmanar.
I'm
The
not
asset.
entirely certain how this all works, but is there a world in which we've got two Asmanars? Two Tors, for that matter.
I
Ooh.
mean,
And we have them all on our side, perhaps.
That's 5 Leviathans.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me, though.
I mean,
It'd be great if that could happen.
hey, if there's a world that we can have two Asmonars and two Tors, there's definitely a world that we can have two Florences. So that's already better than what we were just talking
Yeah.
about.
yeah.
Let's try it. Why not?
That's the world I'm hoping for.
To be fair, I am not from this one, and I haven't felt anything particularly strange or bad about being here, especially while I was here, while she was also here.
Good.
Yes.
But
My
there's a
concern
time.
is only that if something
right.
happens to the other one while people on the other side are here, I don't know where this starts to get fuckier than it already is.
We'll find out when it happens.
Probably.
I reckon so.
Step one, turtle passage.
Wait.
Mm.
Step 1. Black Myers.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's required for turtle passage. Fair enough.
We might as well make the area safe around it.
Yeah, that's the reason you want to do this, I'm sure.
Definitely not, but it's a good bonus.
Have we heard anything from old Andy?
Nope.
Do you think he's gonna have opinions about what we did here?
Oh, I'm sure.
Most definitely.
I don't know that they'll necessarily be negative, though.
Mayhaps.
I think maybe just no team up to go against Sabas at this point.
Bigger fish to
What-
fry.
Yeah. How do you all feel about that?
Are we imagining he already knows what we did, or could we just not tell him and go with the original plan? Of
Oh,
bringing
well, let's
this
not
person
tell
to betray him.
Yeah. He can figure
Yeah,
it out in
that's-
his own damn time.
Yeah, let's
And I-
wait for the betrayal.
Well, also too, like, he's not a spy of all Savas, but he does have spies. I'm sure the ones that are monitoring some of the grid lines have probably noticed the one for Celion is gone. Especially since, wait, hang on.
Or maybe keeping track of the robots and there's
Yeah.
not moving.
Yeah, one of the ones for Celion, Celion's goes through Seltenbrock, so
I wonder
they're
if-
going to notice it gone.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
Where
one of
does it
his
go?
lines just disappeared.
Yeah, how's the rest of the world holding up, I guess?
Oh, I'm sure they won't notice. It's
Luckily, it's a lot of the larger islands, so there is that.
yeah.
The only thing I have concern about is it makes Lathander's line way more vulnerable if Sabas catches wind and tries to pivot plans to make use of that, because there's a lot of islands on that line.
There sure are.
Yeah. So eventually, if all the gods are eventually gonna be going out of their lines, like we also figure out how we're gonna save these people from not dying when
yeah.
they fall out of the sky, because it's gonna be so much that we can
Well-
put on the larger lands until we get to the last few lines.
Yeah, we
Like,
don't
should we
want
be
repeat of
evacuating people
alternate.
down below? Like,
See, that's what I was thinking earlier as well. Yeah, should we just start putting people down there by the pirates or something? I don't know.
I really wish that as the lines went down one by one, like it would eventually lower due to the fact that there's less energy flowing through the grid lines, but it does not appear to be that.
yeah. Or can we like maybe slow the descent so people like then it's not a catastrophic drop out of the sky? Like, is there a
Well,
way we can slow
That's
it?
that's what I was thinking that perhaps the genies could do as a trio is slow the falls.
I think it'd have to if they have that capability, which I'd still be surprised because two of them just teleported the
Yes.
Saint Lasgar library over here, and it took a lot of exertion.
Yes, I noticed and I got concerned about that idea. So
Also considering the fact that like if 4 was the magic number for that, the fourth one is an asshole.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
he's for sure not gonna help us.
Yeah, I met him. He's no, I don't think we have a chance. To him.
You met him?
Yeah, with Bensakir.
What the heck?
You just had like your whole own little adventure.
I do. I went all over.
He didn't seem like he would be reasonable at all.
I mean, I'm assuming not. I don't know.
No.
No, yeah. It was
Celeste.
like, my impression was no.
Your thoughts are interrupted as you hear your own voice in your head. Hey, sorry to bother you. Did you do something?
Oh, what a good answer.
Yes. Well,
I breathe
So-
God.
Selyun is free of the line. I can explain more via letter if you so want, or if you guys come over here.
You get another one. I was wondering about that. I seem to have all of my magic again.
Oh, shit.
So, that's something. We'll talk more later.
If that's High Priestess full up magic, that's a lot.
Level 20, baby.
My
Yeah.
fucking god.
Bring her on over.
She needs to roll 40 or less on Divine Intervention.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I was just thinking about that. I was
Almost
like, wait
a
minute.
coin toss.
We have two amazingly easy divine interventions. Can we just ask God to swap the turtles? Just be like, done.
Ask
Can you move
God
this-
to swap the turtles.
Can you put this turtle over here, please? That'd be great.
Or bring the other turtle. Bring the other turtle towards us. Will Saloon be willing to just pop back and be like, yeah, here.
I was
the turtle.
thinking we asked God to slow the fall of the island.
I feel like she'd be amenable, but I think what's going to need to happen is she'll probably need the help of the other gods, and
Yeah.
they'll
Yeah.
need the help of getting more followers to support them on the material plane.
Yeah, that feels like it's gonna be an everyone thing because it's the power of all the gods to keep them up.
Which is a tough conundrum considering is it how many need to be freed, how many need to be back out, and who knows?
We may eventually want to limit the number of falling ones that we want to save too, maybe.
We should probably go down below and check on the island that crashed down and see what that's like.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, is that now just a livable island in the ocean? Because that's a different thing than rubble.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
That'd be cool if it is.
Because if we can just evacuate islands, drop them, and then put people back on the islands, like, that's not as bad.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we have the other plane, and some of them did break off, and
Yeah, you're right. Wait, that's true. Actually, let's just look at the map of the Shattered Lands to answer
Yeah.
that question.
That'll show us exactly what'll happen.
yeah, if that's like it just fell out of the sky, it's probably gonna be what the shadow look like.
Yeah, I mean, like chunks are gone, but
Some people survived that.
largely,
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we can evacuate them, it falls and then they go back.
Yeah.
At least when it's not during the fall, then.
And we
those
just
are what the deaths-
evacuate them, and then we put them right back on the island.
By the
No
way,
trouble at all.
where did we leave Karzar? Did he stay with Barry?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
He's in the realms beyond with Baranon, Casa Jumbo, and Johan.
Yeah,
What a
Johan's
crew.
there.
What a crew. Wow.
we
Okay.
really offloaded that problem. Here,
Turn
have
it
this
up.
sad man.
He's pathetic. You'll love him. Okay, well. I doubt he will actually be able to. I might sending to him and Adeline the follow of Sune. As if we're going to need people to start, building followerships again, the avatars are a great start. They know all of the old rituals and all of the old ways that have been lost to time.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much time Karza may want to put into that, but if it's also a means to alleviate one of our problems, it might be alright. Just a thought. I should probably contact them. And figure out what the avatar of Selune is, if she's still alive. I don't know.
On the moon.
No, I took her spot, I believe. I don't know what that means, though.
Yeah, did she pop out somewhere? Or because you took her spot, is she just.
She should have popped out over, this area, as when Karzar and Adeline were like when their grid lines fell, they just were in the same area as that.
I
Go
looked
over
down the
here, we
hole
just
again.
haven't- Yeah, is she over here? We
I
just
looked
haven't
down the hole.
noticed.
Where the line was. Anyone down there?
There's no response.
Okay,
Oh.
well, she's not down in the hole.
Unless she fell in the ocean already.
Oh no.
And,
Well, I can't help
and
her
she's
that way.
super dead.
Yeah.
So dead. Congratulations, Celeste. You're the new one.
Don't say that.
and promote.
Kind of sounds like she might just be gone.
Yeah.
Great. That'll
She's-
weigh on my conscience.
She knew what she was getting into.
Yeah, she was on the moon.
Yeah, but also just like you end being like, ah, yes, I'm sacrificing myself for God, and then suddenly falling into the ocean is quite a drastic change.
Everybody's sacrifice looks a little bit different.
Yeah.
Some people fall 4 miles.
Yeah. It's just how it is.
We didn't see
Yee.
anybody on our way up.
Well, there's that.
Oh, there we
Pass her
go.
on the highway or anything.
Like that Umbrella Academy meme.
Cool. All right. Well, we'll figure that out. Maybe not. Who knows? Anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll contact. Let's see. I also, by the way, unrelated to world-ending business, need to figure out the bishop situation, which would also help with getting that going. That can be a later conversation.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
It always just gets more complicated. It never gets less.
After this, after our sleep here, Forsberg? Can we go to Forsberg?
I think we should check in with, I guess, maybe half everyone know the current situation, but mainly what's going on the front. Are they doing anything in this meantime? Like, did something change after Godshold was taken?
That's
Yeah,
what-
yeah. Yeah, that's what it's
Okay. Oh, sorry. Right.
Yeah.
Good.
I'll go over there, check in, and then go fuck them up, you know? Just go fuck them up.
Yeah. Also, in case anybody's, this is my note. I'll send it to the Discord. In case anybody wants to reference that,
Thanks.
might be
Oh,
helpful.
That's how
Yeah,
you spell
yeah, that's
Clovis?
what I'm
Oh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh my god, did I spell that right?
That's
No.
how you spell Halvad? Hmm.
Yeah, that one I was like, I'm still gonna spell it wrong. Then I. All right.
Okay.
A lot of
Definitely.
these are kind of quirky.
It's alright, I got Barney right.
Yeah.
He loves
I'm
you.
not gonna lie.
We can go pick him up while we're there.
I didn't know there's a D in Casa Jumbo.
I mean, yeah.
It's even better because now there's just sad in his name.
Uh-huh.
Amazing.
It's also an N, not an M. Oh, it sounds like Jumbo, but
I'm gonna continue to say Casa
Jumbo.
like
Casa
big
Jumbo.
big house.
Yeah.
Casa Grande.
Casa Jumbo. That's
Casa
him in my
Jumbo.
brain.
That's one of those names that I generated by mashing my keyboard and adding vowels.
Then you looked at it and you were like,
That'll
yeah.
work. It's a
Oh, yeah.
fitting name for a big tongue.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Oh yeah. I can
Various
feel
Modrons. Excellent.
Oh, I forgot. Frederick's still down in Onric Three Brothers area still.
Freddie Blackmire.
Yeah.
He's out of my reach from the others. I can't. I want to make a pit stop to kill him. I want. How long does it take that ring to recharge?
Long ass
The
time.
teleporting ring?
I think it's a week, right? I don't know. One of you has the card for it.
I thought it was. Yeah, I thought it was a long rest.
Yeah.
I thought it was 10 days.
15 days.
15 days.
Oh
Just load
my.
the spread.
Good.
It's been a while. I mean, it's
Been a
about a week
while.
here.
Yeah, I think by the end
I
of
ran
this
aw-
rest, we should be good.
I ran away a while ago, so
Yeah.
I think we're fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
By the end rest, we'll be good if we're not already and we just.
I think you are.
Yeah.
But I also think you probably want to rest.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Well, we could use that to get somewhere
Mhm.
inside Zeldenbrock. But that's for some time later to figure out.
So
I
what are we
think-
doing?
I
Yeah.
don't know. My brain hurts from all this conversation.
Let's finish up here and then head to Forsberg and figure it out.
Yeah, regardless, I'm going to need to tie up the Godshold situation before we leave. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta name bishops.
Yeah.
should do.
So you go ahead.
One of them is obvious.
I recommend not naming them Roger. We overuse that one.
Sir.
He did a funny! Look at
He's
that!
learning.
He did a funny!
Oh. Good job, but also agony.
Spending too much time with Rook.
Yeah.
That's why the jokes are bad.
Now that's
Yeah.
a joke.
Now that is you spending too much time with me.
That's correct. All right.
Well, if you don't
Uh,
mind, I don't want to stay by the blood hole anymore.
Yeah.
No.
Tor, were you gonna head back down, or do you want to join us?
I'll stick around with you if you don't mind. If you're gonna take me to the thing eventually.
Yeah, sure. That's totally fine. How? By the way, are we talking like like yay big turtle, or are we talking like?
Oh, it's like a little tortoise.
Okay.
It's not
I'll
like a
pick the tortoise.
Galapagos. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
To
Yeah.
be fair, a little tortoise like this big
Can't
is
be
still
kind of-
like 80 pounds.
Yeah, he's heavy.
Fine. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
get him.
Yeah,
All right. Cool.
Millicent's
Thank you,
got 'em.
Millicent.
I'll
Yeah.
carry Tor
Them
around.
fuckers is dense.
Yeah. I was thinking like, dude, it's still dance.
I'm like
boy,
looking
yeah.
at the stairs, like.
It's like a kettlebell.
I got it.
Is there a smaller version of Asmonar that we can
I
communicate
know. I was
with?
like, what about Azamar? He's gonna
Do
just.
you have
Can
an
you just
equivalent
turn to like
for
a
this?
regular shark?
How would that help?
I don't know.
Drag it
It'd just be
around.
better.
I was like, hold a
How about
turtle
a
and I'm
bait?
dragging a shark around. Like,
How about a beta fish? They're aggressive. They're small.
I have not
I just-
yet learned this technique. I will wait
Oh,
below.
All right, let's work on the technique. Might come in handy.
Can you just fly up and down? Like, was this hard for you, or could you just do this?
I can just do it.
Are we just resting the rest of the week? Like, we have a few days?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Could I go down with you? Could I go see Zindon and make it back by the end of the week?
Probably yes.
I can just go check out what it looks like and let you guys know, and we can have that
Yeah.
information.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
And I'll spend some time talking to Asmonar because I feel like there's some things I could learn from him.
Sure. Want any one of us to come with you? I mean, obviously I have to stay here, but
Yeah, not you.
I
but
mean,
if,
yes, obviously.
but if anybody wants to come on a depths adventure, they're welcome. But I don't think it. I don't think I'll be in danger. I have.
Asmonar
Yeah,
with
you have
Yeah.
authority of- Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I
we
mean-
could.
Tor, can you like communicate with them? Like, can you communicate if
Yeah.
he's far away from you? So, I mean, we can get a check-in from Tor.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah, it's not a problem.
pretty sure- Yeah.
I'm
Awesome.
aboard then.
This is going to be interesting.
Oh.
Stand on that shell that you have stood on before.
Obviously,
just-
brings arcs.
Yeah, you
Yes.
just kind of
all right. See you
luck.
later.
awkwardly
later.
just floating
Bye.
away.
Let us know if you need anything.
Yeah, call us on tour if you need anything.
Yeah.
Let us know when you get home.
You know, I thought life was weird before. But these last 3 days have just been some of the strangest things I have ever seen.
Well, welcome to my past year. So,
What happens when you spend time with us?
I'm an elf now.
yes.
That's
Yeah.
what happens when you spend time with us.
Well,
Well, I suppose that happened to you, didn't it?
oh, by the way, Florence, sent to me.
Oh,
She, could tell something was changed, and I informed her that Selene was free, and she said that she has her powers back.
oh well, that's
Fully.
very good.
Yeah. But, just for your information, if they pop up and she is now back to full strength. I don't know how we're gonna work that, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. As far as, like, Godshold or where we're gonna meet them. That's mainly.
Sure, we'll figure that part out. Can't wait.
Yep, I'm ready to go walk up the stairs and maybe get a
Yeah,
drink.
let's get out of here. Things should be good. Things should be good.
Yeah.
Cinder,
I have my
you.
emotional support turtle.
Yeah, you have
Yeah.
a tour.
I
Cinder,
feel like
you
Milson
just-
had a pet.
You hear bits. It's like, where are we going?
We're going to see the ocean riding
Whoa.
our friend the giant dragon.
This is crazy.
Yeah. I'll explain as best I can as we're going, but you've got a lot to catch up on, bud.
You're like, so we
not
met on
gonna
like
lie.
an elevator.
Yeah.
Kind of like this, but a lot more sane. Now, I had a question for Asmanar. This is a strange question, but you were willing to help us fight the crazy version of you on the other side. What does fighting look like for you if we asked for your aid? Is that if you can fly up to the islands?
Each of my heads has a breath weapon associated to it.
So we've been
They
trying
also
to figure
bite.
out. I imagine quite terrifyingly,
Mm.
if based on scale alone.
Yes, that's fair.
We've been trying to figure out how to approach some of the tougher nuts to crack in Zeltenbrock. And I believe Drexler is butted right up against the edge of the island because it has that bridge across to the other island to Fairburg.
Mm.
Is that something you could help us with?
You know, it is a tricky thing. As Leviathans, we are meant to stay out of worldly affairs. We can provide assistance where we must. And I know Araket and Tor have abided by this principle, has guided their lives. They intrude where they are needed, where they absolutely must. I am not restricted by such principles. If you need me, I will be there.
Cool. How hard do you think it would be to destroy a bridge in the next, say, couple days?
Barely an inconvenience.
Yeah.
Well, Celeste got to do something fun. Let's go do something fun, Aspenot. And I'm going to ready Earthquake and some other shit, and we're gonna go bust up a bridge.
He just kind of diverts course.
I'm sure Zindan's down there. I don't need to look at it.
Did say his purpose is entropy and chaos.
Yep.
I had that thought as I was looking at the map where we floated down. I was like,
Ah,
I'm on a giant death machine who has no problem with that. I wonder.
So
Someone's doing-
No.
what
someone's
would
doing war crimes without me.
what would you like to do?
I would like to come up right in the middle of that bridge between Drexler and Fairburg
Okay.
with my giant dragon monster and just cause problems and see how much damage to the bridge we can do before we're forced to go somewhere else.
He could very easily just go boop and just break it in the middle, Bridge of Eldon style.
Yeah.
It would take very little effort on his part to just
Feels like
fly
this-
through it.
Feels like this would be a great way to disrupt Andreas, and it's just annoying. So I
He
wanna
doesn't
do
move
it.
very fast, so it's a couple of days out. But yeah, he just kind of
Yeah.
goes,
As long as I feel like we can make it there and back before
yeah.
they worry about me.
You just hear like, but nobody is even equipped to like retaliate. They just before they even know what the hell is going on, this giant nautiloid shell just annihilates a mile of the bridge, and then just continues on its way.
Call that a great success.
And then at the end, towards about a few days later, you get down to where you can see the island below. Coincidentally, not far from where Tor is.
Oh,
It's definitely worse for wear. It's kind of lopsided in the water. But
would it be stable?
yes, it is. It's all of the islands that came up left behind, whatever was underneath them. So it just kind of landed back on that and settled. So it's a little lopsided, but it's not floating in the water, but it is resting atop the sediment that was beneath
about to
it.
be my question to Tor. I was like, hey man, can you just like
Nudge it.
push
Push it.
this?
It's stable. It's not it's not in very good shape, obviously, and a lot of some pieces have broken off here and there, and a lot of the civilized area that was on it has broken. There does seem to be signs of life on it, though. A lot of the people left behind from Zindan, those who survived the fall, not a ton of them, but there does seem to be people living there.
Okay. With our detour, I imagine we probably don't have time to go down there and still make it back.
Probably not.
Good enough.
I mean, it's only 4
Good,
miles out of the way. Like, you could go down and take a look if you wanted to, but you wouldn't have enough time to to spend a lot of time investigating it.
Yeah.
Given the fact that anybody who was alive there, when they saw Asminar approaching, would probably hide.
Yeah. It's not like they're gonna come out and be like, "Help us, giant monster."
Look, praise Helix.
I don't know what that is, but I think it's a good thing.
Meanwhile, back in Godshold, you guys went to go get a drink. Or 2,
Yep.
or 7.
Yep.
Drink. With Tor.
With Tor.
Yeah. There's just a turtle at this table.
Yeah, it's like the good old days, right? We just had Tor around with us. Back again.
Pour some beer in a little bowl.
Yeah, I was going to say
Did you drink beer from there? Yeah. Chug, 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 chug.
Or one bowl has beer, another bowl has some salad.
Yeah. Duality of turtle.
He eats a salad. Anything in particular you guys are doing in town?
I think for tonight, I'm going just to drink, and then I know it'd be good for me to, go back to the High Priestess chambers, but tonight I just want to go sleep in my own home.
Where? I wanted to look at I know there's not a big area, but if they've done any development with the powers that be area, or if there is any work being done in that, then I would probably want to visit where that may be.
Yeah, there's not a whole
That is
lot
not
of that.
big.
Yeah.
It's only been like a day or so since I talked to them. Couple days.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know exactly the timeline, but
Yeah,
is there
I'm
anything?
not use a timeline anymore, so
Is there anything
think
anyone in particular?
well, my 2 best people, which is Friend and Oliver, those are my top 2. See if if they have statues already, or I guess I want to
Yeah,
see if there
there's-
was any to begin with. Like if
So-
there was one,
Generally
who would've
speaking,
been
there was not really any powers that be stuff in Godshold. That's kind of antithetical to their thing. There would have been a couple in the years ensuing when Florence was in charge. She would have had allowed a few places such as that to exist. Oliver would have been one of them, given his renown as the Avatar of Torm.
Yeah.
In fact, Titus would have seen to it that there was some shrine for him, modest though it may be. Otherwise, certain things are under construction now, but there's not a ton. But there is a little statue for Oliver in the grounds of the Torm Temple that Titus has been keeping up.
I'll probably just pay my respects because he's one of the saints that I follow and kind of want to expect, I guess, what would have been enshrined.
You go there. It is a very well crafted marble piece that is a little exaggerated in certain parts, but the shield is there. The Holy Avenger sword is there. You can see Titus just kind of like comes by. I've done my best to venerate him as in a way that would be still respectful to other followers of Torm here.
Yeah, looks good. He definitely has inspired me to, I guess, in the way of what I fight for, so I'm glad that at least his statue can remain.
He is an inspiration to me as well. Pre-ascension histories are hard to come by, but what there is that speaks of his deeds is impressive, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm learning more. I watched a play about him. Seems like a intense dude. Pretty cool. Even cooler than I expected.
He was very strong. Some of the revelations that you and your people have had about the lattice and the history of the Ascension have inspired me to find more truth and do more reading. In fact, just today I was at the apparently new library. He certainly seems to be a key figure in the history of this world. His sacrifice was at the core of the Ascension. And while I perhaps don't venerate him in the same way that those who follow the powers would, it cannot be questioned that he was a man of integrity and loyalty. I can see why you would be inspired by him. And it seems that you have honored his legacy in your group.
I sure hope so. There's some days I don't know.
Well, they're all alive.
I did run away, so that was very cowardly of me, so I don't know if I...
Why did you run?
Honestly, I'm not even sure why I ran to begin with. I guess I was angry, sad. I lost my mother around that time, and I think I just couldn't see straight, and I was just so focused on finding her, and thought would be best to split from the group, but I don't know if that was the right decision, now that I look back on it.
Acts born out of love are never a mistake. It may be that it was perhaps unwise, but it's not so much the times you leave as the times that you come back. And you're young. I'm not. And take it from me. Trying to think too hard about things or overcomplicate them is almost always a way towards a headache. You protect your friends. They'll protect you back. I don't see any reason to waste time thinking any deeper than that most of the time.
That makes sense. I don't like my head hurting from thinking too much, so...
Oliver was a champion of not thinking too hard.
Oh. Then I gotta embrace the ways.
Aye.
Praise
I will
be!
Praise be. I will leave you to it. Just remember, most of the time, where you are is where you need to be.
I'll leave a bumblefuck candy as like an offering. Maybe like 2.
Perfect.
Just like try to pray, but not really understand how praying really works. And
Fair
I
enough.
kind of try to copy what Celeste does, but like
Make a
obviously can't
religion
make it
check.
right. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay.
Hey.
Hey, average. I'll take it.
It's calming in some sense. It feels comforting.
Yeah.
You're not entirely sure what's going on, but
Yeah.
you're trying.
Yeah. And then I'll head back with the group. 'Cause I guess I gotta carry Tor around.
Yeah, Rook and Celeste, you guys are at the bar still at this time. Millicent has gone off.
So this is just I've been wondering recently how do all the saints and all that how do they become saints? Like,
Um,
Rusty and all that. I know that I don't want to say I helped him get there, but I helped him in his life and got him people to look up to him or at least over to him.
well, I part of what I was researching initially, but my own personal theory is that the powers that be arose after grid lines had appeared. And normally the gods operate off of um, their follower worship on the material plane. They're powerful, but they can't really do anything here without their followers. In the absence of the gods, especially um, after everything happened and society had to rebuild, the vacuum left those of charisma or strength or trust, people that like others can turn to and be confident in. And you know, when a leader retires or like when a great hero retires, we still remember them in histories. But maybe in the absence of the gods, or at least feeling the absence of the gods, people revered them in the same way they used to with the old gods. And maybe this is the part I don't know. In that, their reverence, they've built up a god. I won't pretend to know how that happened, or or what defines someone who's just influential versus a power that be, but
Yeah.
that's the best I got.
So do you think like new ones can come up?
I mean, presumably, there's not a lot of data on when each of the. I mean, there's some data on uh when some of the older saints, like Saint Maria, was the one for clerics, and she was the first priestess of the church, or high priestess after the ascension and everything. Um, I don't. I guess would Rusty be the more recent one? I don't actually know. I didn't really chronologically look into
I
that.
I believe he's the most recent.
Okay. I mean, in that case, yes. I imagine it still follows similar principles, but as Baranon has established, like there's there's the power that be and there's a person, as we saw with Baranon, but again, clones.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that works.
Right.
And the power that's left behind in the relics stay pad.
Look, I gotta share something with you. I can't hold on to this by myself for so long.
I was wondering about the whole 20-minute escapade. And the fact that you led with that question has me very concerned.
Alright, this is just between you and me right now, alright?
Okay, you have my confidence.
Alright, so you know that one mask that I found out back?
Yeah?
So it turns out
Uh-huh.
that guy has put me on I found the guy that goes and gets that mask. And
Okay.
when I showed up with my mask on, because at first I thought that he was some guy that was stealing my style. I was gonna go kick his ass, but no, because I followed him around and he did some funny little pranks. And I thought it was pretty good. So when I showed myself to him, he called me Saint Rook. I think that guy worships me. And not I
Wait.
think, actually, definitely not I think. I know that guy does.
Wait,
Yes.
is this the guy that is it, Cinda and Millicent saw super early on?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably.
Were you as active early on? I know you were hunting people down, but I know you weren't. I don't think you were particularly active, and I don't think really
I,
causing pranks.
I just did some stuff. Maybe I
I'm.
was a little pinkish at some points. I don't know.
I mean, I guess the main question is like, how does he know you to the point of reverence? Like, he knows your name, which you, especially early on, you weren't really like giving your name out for free.
Oh,
Usually.
well, I kind of did. I kind of put rook pieces everywhere that did my crimes.
Well, there's that.
Yeah,
But also, like, wasn't the mask like a perfect replica or something, or was it really close?
close.
Okay. Well, I'd be. I guess my main surprise is just like something coming up in that time span, but I won't pretend to know the transition point between influential figure and god.
I
So,
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, also too, like, I'd imagine whatever relic you have, like, I say relic, whatever would be deemed your relic would be something on you currently.
Oh, I already
And
gave it to him.
what you give?
What? Well, all right. With our time together, what kind of item would you most attribute to me?
It's the good one, isn't it?
It's definitely the good one.
Oh, someone
Okay,
has that
I
in
gave him
Godshold.
some safety tips.
Yeah, don't suffocate people.
Yeah, that was number one.
I'm so glad.
Oh, he doesn't seem like he'll go out and do that though. He likes doing the pranky stuff,
Okay.
and I fully appreciate it.
I'm just going to anticipate reports of people glued to the ground.
Oh, they'll be fine.
I'm aware, but that's still going to be something I'll have to deal with at some point.
Yeah, well,
Maybe I'll delegate that to Hope. Yes. Okay, well, interesting. But also, I would imagine, like, yeah, you were really tied to the goo wand, but I also don't know the transition point of relics. I presume they become relics after someone passed, but that's obviously not true. Rusty.
oh,
I don't know.
oh, yeah. I mean, Rusty's dead.
Oh, right, sorry. I guess Baranon then.
Well, he
Wasn't
technically passed.
Yeah, so maybe it is still passing then.
The rook's passed several times.
Right
Else,
back. Yeah.
then that begs the question, um, did the Guwan gain powers after you gave it to a follower? Like,
That'd be crazy if it did.
also, how common are Guwans? Like, that can't be
I,
a one of one, correct?
I'm sure it's one of one. It's very special. I've never heard of another one in my life.
Okay, very well. I do worry you're going to regret that choice, so you do love the Guwand.
That's all right. I wasn't using it these days, anyways.
Yeah, fair enough. Well,
And I still have my sovereign glue. I can still glue stuff together. forever.
So glad you have alternatives.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess that's that then. Don't really know what else to say to that. I'm a little
Neither do I.
surprised.
Pretty wild.
Uh, Very. Huh.
He asked me to hang out with him later, but I feel like maybe I should put some sort of a, you know,
That's fair. That's fair. That, especially when you don't know your current state and if you're at that, like,
what do you think? What what area do you think that what would I be? The saint of what? What do you think he thinks I am?
I mean, if it's pulling pranks, I would presume the saint of tricksters, but that's currently the thing.
I'm good with that. I don't actually remember if he said, but yeah, the saint of
Yes.
ooh. Yeah.
Ooh, that one doesn't have great. You're no longer on the path you were. Otherwise, you would be in the same realm as Swift, which thank the gods you're not.
Yeah.
Um, I guess trickster, but I don't know. Maybe that's something for you to carve out in time, but that really just depends on the person you want to be as we've continued on.
Mm. I haven't put a single thought as to what I'd like to do after this is all done. So
Yeah, it's gonna be an entire challenge. I'll be presumably busy depending on the state of the world, but if everything's calm again, I don't know. I'll have to figure that out.
well, we'll see when the time comes. When we take down Urlash.
Yeah, we'll take down our lash for sure.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Well, I'm going to head back to my home if you want to join. I'm
sure.
not sure
Yeah.
if you have to go monitor your new follower or whatnot.
I was considering it, but I'm sure it's fine. It would be the debut of the Goo one for him, but I think we'll hear it in any police reports tomorrow or something. So
Yeah. I can't wait for that.
yeah. All right, let's head back.
Is there anything else that anybody wants to do during this week?
Um, I would try to. I'll send a letter to Adeline and basically outline, like, hey, I'm High Priestess again. In communing with Selyun, she's now free and trying to prop up the other gods who don't have as much power or connection to your plane. If you think you can help with that and help reestablish Sune, uh, and teach people the old whatever rituals that you had, then you're welcome in Godshold. But you're not obliged to it. Just sign off, Celeste.
You do get a response. It just says, the rituals I had were all very fun.
Yeah.
I'm sure the people of Godshold could use some of them. Maybe I'll see if one of these nerds can send me there.
And then for Harzar, 'cause I like could send it now. Interesting. I want to have a to him or something.
You're cutting out a little bit.
Oh, sorry, I was muttering. Did anyone have like a sending stone to him? I don't think so.
Don't believe so.
I guess I would bring it up to Rook. Um, also in regards to Kazar, I didn't want to bring it up when we were in front of people, but also we have that whole like God's tree situation with Barry now.
Right. Yes.
I'm not sure how that works. Um,
Neither am I.
and guess just try to send it to him, and then however he gets over here, if he chooses to, we'll figure that out later or as we go.
Yeah.
All right, I would try to send in to Karzar then. Um, hey, I'm High Priestess of Godshold again. We need people to teach the old ways and gain followers for the gods. Celine is trying to prop others up. That's but the gist of it.
Roll a d20 for me.
Uh-huh. So close.
You do get a response.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I was never much of a cleric, or indeed much of a worshipper. I was chosen by my god for my aptitude. I don't know that I could help very much in the ways of priesthood.
That's fair. Okay. Well, I'll have to talk about it with the bishops then. Figure that out. Oh, I would actually go talk to Titus during this week.
He's there.
Titus, can I speak with you for a bit?
Of course.
So, there's a lot going on, and obviously, with the current situation and the way things are currently panning out, I think it'd be best for me to stay in the position of High Priestess. And
I
I
would
wanted
agree.
to ask, I know you're not a fan of it, but would you be amenable to being a bishop?
You are correct that I am not a fan of it, but...
Yeah.
Make a persuasion check for me. I worry that perhaps my services would best be spent elsewhere. That said, if you cannot find a fourth, I would be open to it. The people of this city are important to me. And if you thought it
Yes.
was best that I was in such a position, I would oblige.
And I wouldn't put you in that position if I didn't think you would do well for both overall in the city. So I would take that choice very seriously. I'll share this information with you as one of the still, I guess, one of the few that's been you continuously like serving as a cleric in the city with all of the persecution ongoing. I have been communing with Selyun, and then there's been some big changes happening. I won't dump that all into you, but part of it is uh, getting more followers uh, for just to support the gods. There's large transitions ongoing, and I can provide you that information at a different point. But the gods need support for what's coming, and that it includes just having more people to try to support them. If you know of anyone that is willing to help further teach others, I know right now the city is in a rebuilding phase, so it's not like we can just do that, but that's part of what I'm trying to work with at the moment.
Duly noted. There are some people who come to mind. The city is still somewhat fractured, and the church by extension. The appearance of your new library will go lengths to increasing, well, the knowledge, I suppose, but also
Yes.
the general sentiment among the people here that they are safe. I'll see what can be done. We have felt the change. The absence of the lattice line is
Yeah,
not going unnoticed.
I would presume. I didn't want to dump that information onto you if you went into it.
Times are changing.
Very.
We and the church must change as well if we are to survive in this world that is to be.
Yeah, so I guess since you're aware of the grid line being gone along with many others, I'm sure. Um, Part of what I was saying earlier, with Selyun propping up other gods, she is now free of the grid line. And in communing with her has said that the other gods that have been freed, because there's a few now, because of other circumstances, um, but don't have as much connection to the material plane because they don't have as strong as followers. Uh,
Hmm.
Currently, those that are free include Sune, um, Azith, uh, Shantea, and Taluna.
Hmm. I may know somebody for Shantea. The goddess of agriculture. There is a young woman who runs a temple outside the city walls. Many of the farmers and workers of the land attend services there. She is a cleric, not as powerful as you, but perhaps a place to start.
It's noted.
I will go visit.
Thank you, I'd appreciate that.
If I am to be a bishop of yours, I would presume to be the Bishop of War and Darkness, given my proclivities for Torm. That does raise the question of Othoria.
Does raise the question of.
I do believe he still needs a place within your administration, in some
I
capacity.
do agree. Um, to I do
Something to
agree.
contemplate.
Yes. And I even thought of maybe as the church changes, maybe the roles of the bishops change too. For the overarching realms played very specific roles within the church and the community writ large. But as times are changing, maybe those need to change too. That could also be too severe of a change for
Hmm.
Godshold to handle.
It's an interesting thought. Perhaps you're right. Well,
And
you are the High Priestess.
it's true. I mean, yes, but my other main concern is I had another thoughts of that may be way too severe, and Godshold may react very poorly to it. Of one of the bishops being that of the powers that, and include a balance.
Hmm.
Build our bonds between that and them, build our bonds between that and the latter, create some relative peace during this time that has been woefully violent and for no good reason to be. But I'm not sure how that would pan out. So I wanted to get your feedback on that.
It is an interesting idea. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't contemplated such things before. Do you have anyone in particular in mind for such a position?
Offhand, no. There are a lot of well-respected followers currently on the ladder. I would talk with my friends. My own partner is a strong follower of the powers that be. Talk with them and see what's, I guess, who to talk to see who would be the best gauge of that. But
I think
I
it's a good
know.
idea.
Okay, I know. Uh, uh, Spucket. Othorian. Well, obviously, and his crowd will not be happy with it. But also, times are changing in ways that we cannot avoid.
And a house divided will not stand.
Yes.
We are fractured inside our own church, and the forces for good in this world are too few and far between for them to refuse to band together. If you can broker a sort of peace between the old church and the new, with the Holy Triumvirate and Godshold, perhaps we stand a chance.
It's a good thought.
Well, speak with your people. Speak with those at the Triumvirate. Bring forth any potential names. I think even perhaps having more than one to represent them could go a long way. A fortified group of bishops, a council, as it were, each with different interests but a common goal, would be precisely what we need to stick together during these times.
Yes. Oh. Thank you. That's a very good idea to try to broker the peace first. That way it can be an easier transition for all.
It's a good idea, but it won't be easy.
No. But it needs to happen regardless. So if we can get the order of the steps right.
I will leave that to the High Priestess.
Well. I appreciate your
will-
input regardless.
And I will speak to the Priestess of Shantea that I know to see if she has any idea of how to strengthen that connection.
Alright. Well, thank you.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Rook, you get a message.
No.
It's from Andreas.
Of course it is.
No way.
I thought that we had some kind of arrangement. But apparently I was incorrect. I'm not sure exactly what you think to accomplish by this act of war, but your actions have not gone unnoticed. And you can consider our brokered peace at an end.
Are you talking about the High Priestess thing, or I'm a little confused on the specifics, but yeah, go fuck yourself.
At the end of the week, Cinder, you come home.
Hello.
Everybody comes back together.
Oh shit! Hey, Andreas just said to go fuck ourselves, and it was not cool.
Wait.
Yeah.
It's all more time.
Yeah, sorry, that might have been me. Celeste got to do a rook thing, so I wanted to do a rook thing.
What did you do?
Uh,
Oh no.
Did you do an act of war?
Asminar and I smashed the bridge between Drexler and Fairberg.
That's an act of war.
It was kind of a
Well-
test because
It
I
was
asked him if
awesome.
he would be willing to fight at our side, because up until now the Leviathans have been very passive in their interaction with the world. Yeah,
Ah.
Asminar doesn't have that problem, and
Well,
he's
that's very
really
cool.
fucking scary.
Well, yes, obviously. Well, you just poo-pooed all over the treaty here, so
Well, you were gonna attack him next anyway, so let's just.
Elias might want to do it in his face.
We should send him to Ben, by
Yeah.
the way.
I'm sure he knows.
I think we should just all hop on Asminar, go grab some people, and then just do what Rook has been saying for all this time. Let's just fucking go in there.
Let's
This-
go.
Let's get his ass.
Let's get his ass.
I
Like,
do.
if we have a flying god basically, and a whole bunch of people on airships, we could probably just invade from off the island.
Let's do it.
Here,
can we go-
let's- Yeah, let's get him.
Let's. I agree. We need to do all this. That means I'm gonna have to speedrun some diplomacy here.
Oh, you don't think you can do that later?
Well, I mean, yes and no, but also part of that is getting the bishops established. And
Oh,
part
yeah.
of that is so. I guess the entire. I went to Titus to talk about some things, revamp the bishops, suggest getting a powers that be person into the bishops, and he suggested if we were revamping the bishops anyhow, maybe having more than one. But he recommended that maybe we do peace treaty between Godsholds in the islands, and that way we can just transition, the bishops to that role with less issue.
All right, yeah, speed run that. Hold
so you
on.
gotta make some choices.
All right,
Well-
hold on. Let me make a call to Ben. Hey Ben, war's back on. Cause Asminar smashed his bridge, so Andreas didn't like that.
Oh. Yeah. That would explain that. Okay. Cool.
Jen-san, could you tell Ben if you happen to see him that we'll be on our way soon?
Oh yeah, I'm not in the town right now. We're flying out towards the mountains. There's some robots. It's crazy out here, man. You gotta come out.
Okay. With that, we need to talk to, or do you guys have any immediate recommendations of whom from the Triumvirate would be a good fit for being a bishop here?
Either
Oh,
the mayor or whoever he recommends.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say just delegate it to the mayor.
Okay.
He knows his people.
I would also just say maybe just have 4 people from here and 4 people from the Triumvirate.
Or if it's too much, maybe it's like 2, 4 and 2. I don't know.
If we establish some playing nice between the two, you can have like some meeting here 1 month, a meeting over there another month, or something like that.
Okay. I'm going to have to do some sending some letters and go talk to and delegate some things to her. I don't know how we're gonna do the peace thing if Ben is over there. I say we're at peace, but for the people, uh,
Can't we
It's a
settle all
formality.
this after we save the world from the giant space whale that wants to
Yeah,
devour this plane
I
of
know.
existence?
I think this thing's gonna be a slow process.
yes, but also we're in a weird state for the city, and whether or not it's
Oh
actually
yeah,
gonna
I
be
mean,
working for us.
yeah, put the bishops down here now, I'd say, but I think we gotta go.
Okay, I'll go talk to Hope. and See what we can do.
Alright. You guys can figure that out next time.
Thank God my brain is burned.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
See, now for one of the few times in this game, you know what we're gonna do next time.
Kind of.
Yeah.
At least the direction we're gonna go.
West.
Celeste was already
Yeah,
like, yes,
well.
I'm figuring this out. We're getting there. We're gonna have this set up. Go do the next thing. And Cinder's like, what crime?
What if
Oh,
I
no, I
started
kicked the
a
hornet's
war?
nest.
Look at this
Daisy.
bridge.
A little war comes a treat.
What if I
That's a
pissed off
treat.
Andreas? Oh, he's mad. Whoops.
Did I do that?
I could
Yeah,
imagine
we'll see what
Andreas was
happens.
just like crossing that bridge at the time.
Yeah,
like
he
to
was just like,
imagine-
ah!
I like to imagine he was at his desk and just got two simultaneous reports of just like, "Huh, the grid line is gone. The bridge is gone.
Those
The grid line,
bastards.
grid line disappeared. Giant monster
those-
smashed our bridge.
Those fucking people. Yeah, he's just like looking out the window. He's like, is that a Z show?
Yeah.
I also like that he just looked at that and knew. He was like, those fuckers.
Of course.
No question about, like, what is that? Just like, god damn it.
How did they
Yeah.
do this? Alright, well. All that and more answered next time.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe. We'll see. Aruba.